Good morning and welcome to the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. Today is Thursday, October 27th, and we are broadcasting live from the California Natural Resources Agency building on P Street. And we will now, if you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Actually, I'm going to change things a little bit. And Beck, will you do roll call for us?
Absolutely. I know that we have a couple of absentees. Councilmember Smith will not be with us today, and Councilmember Natoli is running a little bit late. Councilmember Damrell. Here. Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Zangale.
Here.
Councilmember Chair Medueno.
Good morning and here. And yes, thank you, Beck. As noted, Councilmember Natoli did call and let me know that he will be about 30 to 40 minutes late. And Councilmember Smith is absent. Do we have any public comment? And if, and again, at this point, we'll.
Oh, sure. Can we have the public comment slide up, please? If any member of the public is interested in providing public comment on any agenda item during today's meeting, please turn in a blue card into the clerk, and that's me, or send an email blue card to engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov as seen on the screen.
Great. Thank you, Ben.
And then please be sure to note your name and the agenda item that you wish to speak on. When called, the clerk will call you up or unmute you.
Great. Thank you so much. We will now move on to the consent calendar. And we would look for adoption of the September 22nd meeting summary and resolution of 2022-06 for a contract with the University of Vermont as part of the 2021 Delta Science Proposal Solicitation, which is contract number 22030. Is there a motion to approve, or is there an amendment?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Damrell, seconded by Councilmember Lee. And I will take roll call. Councilmember Damrell. Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Zangale.
Aye.
Councilmember Medueno, aye. Motion approved. We will now move on to my report, the chair's report, and I actually took a few notes in preparation for this. So it's been quite a busy time, and actually a very exciting time. And I want to publicly thank our legislative director, Brandon Chapin, who has been amazing in helping me and coordinating for me legislative meet and greets with our legislators. We have had the opportunity now to meet with Senator Dodd, Senator Laird, Assembly members Aguiar Curry, Assembly member Bauer Cahan, Assembly member Grayson, and Assembly member Wilson. And we have a upcoming meeting with Assembly member Flora and Senator Eggman. These legislative visits have been incredibly powerful in that some of them are very new, and actually are quite interested in learning more about what the Delta Stewardship Council does, how it impacts their district, and more importantly, how they can get more involved with items related to the Delta. So it's very, very exciting, very refreshing, if you will, to be able to go out and carry the message of our role, our responsibility, and the importance of the Delta Stewardship Council now and in the future. Very privileged to have participated in the Science for Communities workshop at Big Break Regional Shoreline Community Center on October the 6th. It was a great opportunity to see our staff of the Delta Stewardship Council, our scientists, working with CBOs, again, to show the correlation and the importance of communities working with scientists, and no better way to be able to show how the community and how the general public really does become an essential part, an extension, if you will, of the sciences. And, I shared my story in that workshop about how when I worked for Clean Water Action and was doing some advocacy for them, showing how people in the community would take water samples to their local water jurisdictions to, again, show the contamination in their water supplies. So they, in essence, became scientists as well. So again, really excited to see some of these efforts on behalf of our staff, being out there and just really getting aggressive with regard to outreach and engagement with our communities. Want to publicly also thank Councilmember Natoli, who joined me at this event. And it was nice to also connect with Contra Costa County Supervisor Diane Burgess. I was also very fortunate and was invited to a Metropolitan Water District of Southern California island tour last week. And it was good to be out, again, out in the Delta in the thick of it, but to hear some of the exciting projects that they are bringing forward, such as the floating wetlands, the Delta Levee modernization plan, the science research that they're doing, the Delta Smelt Propagation Project, among others over at Bolden. So again, incredible opportunity to be able to have these very thoughtful discussions out on the Delta, with key players who play, again, a critical role. I was also invited to participate in the Dos Rios Ranch groundbreaking in my neck of the woods of Stanislaus County. Dos Rios Ranch is going to be the newest state park in California, and is one of the largest floodplain restoration projects in California, 2,100 acres to be exact. And the keynote speaker for that was our Secretary Wade Crowfoot, who shared some profound, again, messages about why these kinds of projects are important and the critical importance of community engagement. I was also invited by a gentleman by the name of Tom Slater, who is not only a farmer and a legacy member of the Delta community, but also a member of the Delta Protection Commission. And he was joined by Melinda Terry and Gil Kosia, who I see in the audience today. I set aside an hour and came out, I think, 4 hours later, and just came out renewed and enriched with such incredible conversations, meaningful discussions with, again, key individuals in the Delta who are doing the work, know the work. And again, my sincere gratitude for you taking the time, Gil. Really appreciated that. And it's not all work. I get to play a little bit too. I was part of the schoolhouse benefit fundraiser. So I got to go out and meet some, again, individuals in the Clarksburg and Delta community on Sunday, October the 16th. And, part of the job is to try the great Delta wines. So I've learned for the first time what a hot wine was, and I didn't know what that meant, but apparently it's a higher concentration of alcohol. And I don't quote me, but I just had that much and I was done. Don't quote me. But again, a great opportunity to go out into the Delta community and shake hands and meet people in the Delta, and again, express our gratitude and again, continued collaboration with them. Nice opportunity to spend some time with Senator Patrick Johnson, who I understand has just so much history with regard to the Delta, and obviously he's a lifelong resident of Stockton. So that was good. Actually today, hopefully we get out in time. I'm going to catch a flight and I'll be attending the Southern California Water Coalition dinner tonight. Hopefully the flight is on time. And next Tuesday, I'll be joined by our executive officer, Jessica Pearson, myself, and Dr. Laura Larson is going to send her surrogate, Rachel, We will be making a presentation to the downtown Modesto Rotary, and we expect an audience of about 150. So we're excited about that. And I think that is it with just the last comment of I attended my first in-person CSAMP policy group meeting yesterday. And as I shared with Bruce, I think that these discussions, again, with other policy members, to have these in person is so much more meaningful for me. I'm a very visual learner. And so to be able to have these discussions one-on-one and in person are so very important. So I'll just wrap it up with that. And at this time, we will ask if members of the public have any public comment on any item not listed on the agenda. They will actually ask to be put off mute. So Beck.
And there's no public comment for the chair's report, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
We will now move on to our executive officers report. Ms. Jessica Pearson.
Thank you and good morning. I was exhausted just listening to that list of, of where you've been this month, and I was happy to be there on some of those outings with you. So I've got a few announcements and updates. On the Delta Conveyance EIR public comment period, at the request of the Delta Independent Science Board and many other interested parties, the Department of Water Resources has extended the public comment period for the draft EIR for the Delta Conveyance project. The new due date is December 16th, and comments can be submitted by email to deltaconveyancecomments@water.ca.gov or by mail to an address found on DWR's website. We don't currently have any covered action certifications. We did send a comment letter on behalf of the council to San Joaquin County regarding a proposed amendment to their county development title or their zoning code. Council staff raised concerns previously about the county's proposal to remove existing requirements that agricultural mitigation lands be held in trust in perpetuity. In other words, their proposal would have relaxed requirements that currently protect ag mitigation lands from potential development. The county staff, in consultation with council staff, has now removed their revision that would relax those permanent protections of mitigation lands. And the current recommended proposal would continue to require that easements be held in trust in perpetuity and remain with the land regardless of ownership. So that is consistent with Delta Plan agricultural mitigation standards, and we are pleased with that change. Without this requirement, agricultural mitigation obligation could be terminated upon sale of the property, and protection of that land would be lost. So those ag mitigation lands exist because they were designed to offset loss of ag land elsewhere in the county. So it's important that they be maintained. Our letter expresses appreciation for the efforts from county staff in working with us on that change. And we'll update you as to what happens next at the next level with the Planning Commission and the county supervisors. I'm excited to announce 2 promotions for our council staff. First, Rachel Klopfenstein has been promoted to the role of Environmental Program Manager of our Collaborative Science and Peer Review Unit. Rachel's been with the council since 2018 as a Senior Environmental Scientist in the Delta Science Program in that same unit. And you may know her from her work on the Science Action Agenda. She's appeared many times before us, and we're looking forward to working with her in this new role. And next, Beck Barger has been promoted to Public Participation Manager. You all know Beck because she's been the council clerk since early 2021, and she well supports all of us during these public meetings and other public participation activities. So please join me in congratulating both Rachel and Beck. And then in your packet today, you have an outreach highlights report. I encourage you to take a look at that. We've put a lot of effort into conveying what we're doing on social media and the feedback that we're getting from that outreach. We also have our active projects lists in your packet, which shows you all of the various projects that are in various stages of planning in the Delta and how we are tracking those. And then also this month, we have our quarterly contract update. We do not have a legal update or an oral legislative update today, but we do have a legislative bill report in your packets. So on today's agenda, I am excited to welcome Secretary Wade Crowfoot, who will kick off the morning discussion on regional water self-reliance, what we often talk about as reduced reliance on the Delta. And other water leaders from throughout the state will be here to detail what they're doing to invest regionally, particularly in Southern California. Looking forward to that discussion. And then after lunch, around 1 p.m., although we may start earlier depending on how the morning goes, we will continue our discussion and the council's consideration of amendments to our administrative procedures governing appeals for our covered actions. And we will be asking you to take action. One more thing before I conclude, I did want to take a moment and recognize a resources management leader and mentor of mine who passed earlier this month, former Natural Resources Secretary Mike Chrisman. Secretary Chrisman was from Visalia. He was a fourth generation rancher and farmer. And from 2003 to 2010, he was part of Governor Schwarzenegger's cabinet. He spent his career working on the protection of natural lands. And he was also the president of the Water Education Foundation Board for many years, dedicating a lot of time to growing young leaders in the programs they have there. So I had the pleasure of working for Mike back in 2005, 2006, when I was an executive fellow in his office. And I can really say from experience that he cared a lot about mentoring young people and encouraging their passion for public service. And luckily I got to see him recently when he came to this building and spoke. And I know he was so excited because he long dreamed of a new natural resources headquarters. In fact, I remember one time he got stuck in the elevator at the old building, and that really inflamed his passions for the need for a new building. So he will be missed. And that concludes my report. So happy to take any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions of our executive officer? Seeing, I just have a couple of comments. First and foremost, thank you, Jessica, for leading the charge with this agency. And it's just so refreshing when I have the opportunity and privilege to have Jessica join me in some of these legislative visits. And I too help everybody, I so depend on Jessica to, again, give a lot of the history and the background of this agency and the role that we play. And so she's just an amazing asset. And I can see that you were mentored by some great people. So may he rest in peace. Again, congratulations to Beck and to Rachel. We're just very fortunate to have such talented individuals working for this agency. And yeah, looking forward to this panel discussion later today, led by Secretary Crowfoot. We did have the opportunity to have dinner last night with a couple of the leaders that are going to be speaking to us tonight. Adele, who I can't remember his last name, who's with the Metropolitan Water District, and with Barbara Romero from the City of Los Angeles Water and Sanitation. So again, an opportunity to have some candid conversations and listen on what their thoughts are and how they're going to be able to hopefully address this council later today. So Beck, is there any public comment on the executive officer's report?
No, Madam Chair, there's not.
Okay. We will now move on to our lead scientist report. And for that, we have our distinguished Dr. Laura Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all of the council members. Today, I'm excited to spotlight a paper that summarizes research funded by the council from the 2018 PSN by a team from San Francisco State University. The paper was led by Rowan Yelton with Ann Slaughter and Wim Kimmerer as co-authors, and I am happy to report that Wim Kimmerer is on the line. So I probably won't have to say, I don't know, but I'll find out any questions you might have today. So this paper speaks to several different issues that have been on your radar lately. With the formation of the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee, you've heard a lot about restoration planning lately. Now, restoration is done for several objectives, often within the same project. And one of the most common objectives is to support managed fish species through improving habitat. This objective underlies much of the restoration planned through EcoRestore, the Delta Plan, and voluntary agreements. Habitat is not just about physical space that fish can use as shelter for predators or for foraging. Rather, an even more important aspect, often assumed in restoration planning, is that those wetland habitats generate food for fish that can be exported by water flows to resource scarce open water areas. Wetlands provide plant material and rich sources of carbon that fortify the food web from the bottom up. However, to make it to food scarce regions of the Delta, like open water, where food scarcity is thought to be one of the factors leading to pelagic organism decline, that food has to be transported away from the wetlands. Now, that transport component is a factor that's often ignored in restoration planning or assumed. And it is also the other connection that I wanted to highlight. So remember that very wet boat tour of the North Delta that we all went on several months ago that USGS's John Bureau led us on. Well, in that tour, John talked extensively about the importance of tidal dispersion and tidal transport of materials, how it can provide a means for those materials to be transported against the flow of the Delta's rivers. Tidal pumping can essentially be thought of as the breathing of wetlands, in and out, in and out. During flood tides, they receive an influx of sediment and nutrients, and during ebb tides, they could potentially transport food and carbon to the rest of the estuary. But is this what actually happens? In their study, Yelton, Slaughter, and Kimmer addressed that very question. They focused on a small restored tidal marsh in the northern Cache Slough complex, which is part of the Liberty Island Conservation Bank created in 2010. They looked specifically at whether this wetland served as a net exporter of a species of copepod, which is a widely consumed zooplankton that is an important part of the diet of many fish that swim in the open water. They partnered with the USGS to measure flows, and because the wetland was small, the researchers were able to directly quantify the movement of these copepods into and out of the marsh. Now, what they found is a bit surprising. This wetland imported more of the copepods than it exported. So how can that be? Well, it really comes down to understanding the interactions between zooplankton behavior and tides. These copepods are not strong swimmers, so they're at the mercy of flows for their horizontal movement, but they are effective at controlling their vertical movement in the water column. To avoid predators during the day, they hunker down at the bottom, but at night they swim upward through the water column and forage for food. Flows are near zero at the very base of the water column, so the only time they're really moved around substantially by the tides is at night when they fill the water column, as you could see in the diagram that Elishaba Tate Pulliam prepared. The tidal pattern in the Cache Slough complex right now, and until about 125 years or so from now, is such that flood tides that fill up the marsh happen at night. So the researchers found that the net transport of these copepods was into the marsh rather than out of it. So it is important to be aware that this finding is specific to this marsh at this moment in time, but it does highlight an important message. We cannot automatically assume that marshes will generate significant quantities of food for fish in open water areas without accounting for that critical tidal dispersion component and how it interacts with the behavioral patterns of these food organisms. So any questions about that summary before I move on?
Doesn't look like it. We'll move forward.
Okay, I'll move on. And thanks, Wim, for being on the line and for providing us with a really interesting piece of research that's very relevant to the work of the council. So reporting on ongoing and recent Delta Science Program activities, the first thing I want to highlight is the progress of recruitment for the 2023 cohort of California Sea Grant State Fellows. This is going to be the 13th class of fellows that we take on as mentors in the council. And for 2023, we will add one person to that cohort, moving from a cohort of 4 to a total of 5 fellows. The host agency presentations took place from September 27th through 29th. And then 29 finalists were interviewed across all of the participating host agencies during the week of October 10th. So council program staff were very occupied in conducting interviews with these 29 finalists. We expect that the matching announcements will be released very soon. I'm also excited to report that the October 2022 edition of the Delta Breeze, which is the science program's quarterly newsletter, was released on October 4th. A shout out to communications and also to the team in the science program that worked so hard to produce this really nice newsletter. The target audience for this is scientists, broadly speaking, and science managers. And this edition contains an introduction to the 2022 class of Delta Science Fellows who were presented to you earlier. It also contains an overview of the Water Temperature Modeling Program Independent Review Panel. And it spotlights science program funded research on the emerging problem of thiamine deficiency threatening Chinook salmon populations. And I would particularly call your attention to that article because it highlights one way in which Delta Science Program funded research has had an immediate, strong, and positive impact for hatchery fish management. The newsletter also highlights an overview of the Delta Science Tracker, which you will hear more about at a later meeting. And it contains a list of 27 recent publications from science program staff and science program funded researchers. It was really great for me to see this list and to realize just what an impact we're having on the science community. And one of the papers in that list was the Yelton et al. Paper that I spotlighted for you today. So the newsletter is posted on the council's webpage, and there was recently a listserv announcement with the link as well. It's been a busy month for workshops. The Science for Communities workshop was held in the Big Break Visitor Center in Oakley, California on October 6th. And a big thanks to Council Chair Virginia Medueno for delivering the plenary address at that meeting. Representatives in the panel discussions included a diverse range of scientists and community members, including the California Indian Environmental Alliance, Sacramento Regional Coalition to End Homelessness, Sustain Our Abilities, public health advocates, Restore the Delta, and Little Manila Rising. Stay tuned for an upcoming workshop report. Also, very recently, the Social Science Community of Practice held their annual symposium, which was called Advancing Interdisciplinary Research. It kicked off with a training opportunity on October 14th that featured various speakers talking about social science methods and how they were used to advance understanding of complex socio-ecological systems elsewhere. Then on the 20th, so very recently, there was the second part of that symposium in which interdisciplinary breakout groups discussed projects that they might collaborate on that would advance the science action agenda and for which they might hope to put together proposals for upcoming competitive solicitations. So again, I'll have a more detailed workshop report out probably at next month's meeting. And then very soon on the horizon is the Harmful Algal Bloom workshop in about 2 more weeks. It will take place on November 8th and 9th. And it is a hybrid workshop with an in-person component in this building. I'm happy to report that Assemblymember Bill Quirk, who authored Assembly Bill 834 to establish a freshwater and estuarine harmful algal bloom program, will provide opening remarks for that meeting. There is an agenda that is now available on some of the links printed in your packet. And there is additional information on the science program flyer, which is also linked within your packet. We've also been making a lot of progress in the salinity management workshop series. There was just a planning group meeting yesterday. And meanwhile, the teams that are working on the demonstration model exercise and a social science team have been advancing work as well. The social science team is going to undertake a formal analysis in order to map out different perspectives related to salinity management in the Delta. And this is important because it establishes a baseline and it allows us to potentially quantify how those perspectives might change through participation in a collaborative planning process. So there will be more information on that available soon. And we've also been making progress on planning 2 focused working group meetings later this fall to continue to get feedback on our demonstration exercise that will evaluate how structural modifications to the Delta, including nature-based solutions and the use of barriers, play out over long time periods with extended drought and sea level rise. The 2 focused working group meetings will be held at different times, one during the day and one in the evening, in order to make the meetings accessible to more people. And both meetings are going to run through the same agenda. So any interested individuals who might be hearing this report only need to attend one of those. The announcement of the dates is pending and will be released on the council's listserv. And then finally, I would like to invite Dr. Steve Culberson, who is the lead scientist for the Interagency Ecological Program, to provide us with an update, an important update on the listing of a new endangered species.
Thank you, Dr. Larson. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the council members. The Interagency Ecological Program, or IEP, has been tasked with monitoring the status and trends of various fish and aquatic species associated with the San Francisco estuary and potential impacts of the federal and state water projects since 1970. Coincident with the listing of various runs of Chinook salmon as state and federal endangered species in 1989 and 1994, and the listing of Delta smelt as threatened by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Department of Fish and Wildlife in 1993, programs have been established within the 9-agency IEP consortium to track and document habitat features associated with these and other species of management interest. In particular, several long-term programs have been collecting information about species of concern using IEP resources for many decades that have been used to help determine the status and options supporting the recovery of estuarine fish species, including the longfin smelt, which was listed as a state threatened species in 2009. A recent public notice was issued by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announcing that they are proposing to list the San Francisco Bay Delta population segment of the longfin smelt as an endangered species. The species was considered a, quote, warranted but precluded, end quote, for listing species since 2012, and persistent concern over the status of this species remains. The service is reconsidering the listing at this time. There is a public comment period associated with this announcement that will close on December 6th of this year. According to the service, we completed a thorough review of the Bay Delta population of longfin smelt, its habitat, and current threats to determine whether Endangered Species Act protections were warranted. Habitat loss due to the long-term reduction and alteration of freshwater flows into the San Francisco Bay estuary is the primary threat. Longfin smelt require specific water temperatures and adequate freshwater flows to survive. The Department of Water Resources and the Department of Fish and Wildlife have already articulated a science plan for pursuing actions to understand what drives longfin smelt population abundances and to support recovery, and have formally adopted a schedule to implement this science plan as terms in the incidental take permit issued in 2020 for long-term operations of the State Water Project. Current state protections for longfin smelt prohibit possession, purchase, sale, take of the species. Federal protections would extend to habitats as well as to individuals of the species, and steps to protect pelagic or open water areas of the Delta near water project and other diversions could include specific diversion curtailments, similar but additional to those already in place for Delta smelt. The IEP is piloting additional monitoring, modeling, and analysis activities that will aid in understanding impacts to and the potential recovery of longfin smelt, regardless of the pending U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service listing decision. Additional recovery actions could be taken as the result of any U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service decision to list the longfin smelt as endangered. Thank you, Laurel. I'll take any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions for Dr. Culberson?
I've got one.
JP.
So do you know why California listed the species in 2009, but only now is it becoming federally listed? Is it just capacity? I mean, I know it's been on the radar of the federal agency for a long time.
Yeah, from an IEP perspective, so it's not internal to the regulatory discussions, but for those of us who inform those discussions, my understanding was that there was a divide and conquer approach to the listing of both smelts. In one case, the federal agency took a lead. In the other case, the state agency took the lead. And what we've been doing to effectively administer management for those species is coordinate between the agencies.
Any other questions?
Yes, I actually, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, do we know when they're going to make a decision?
I don't know the specific date. The record of decision is planned for, and there are specific deadlines providing timelines for that. I don't have that on the top of my head today.
So the end of the 60-day comment period is towards the end of December.
Yeah, there'll be a record of decision eventually, but that could take several more months.
Thank you. She took my question on that particular item, but that's good. No, that's good, Julie. Thank you. I actually had a couple of questions, Laurel, with regard
Oh,
to
sure.
some of the items. So I don't know if we want to finish up with Steve, and then we can ask a couple.
Maybe I'll ask if there are any other questions for Steve. And then I also just wanted to highlight the by the numbers, and then maybe we could take questions on the whole report.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you so much, Steve,
Thank
for
you, Steve.
providing that
Appreciate
report.
that.
Yeah, in terms of the by the numbers report, there aren't too many surprises here. We're still at the beginning of the water year, so no substantial precipitation yet of record. One thing that is notable is that water temperature is a fair bit warmer than usual in the Clifton Court forebay, which reflects conditions in the South Delta. It's a whopping 5 degrees Fahrenheit, higher than usual for this time of year, which really reflects adverse conditions in the Delta for migrating Chinook salmon. In terms of reservoir levels, we're hovering in the 50s and 60s for the 3 reservoirs we keep track of. Shasta Reservoir is at 58% of the average reservoir storage to October 24th. Oroville is at 62%, and the San Luis Reservoir is at 57%. One thing that is a little bit surprising is that for the Sacramento River at Freeport site, the flow right now is about 110% of the 20-year flow average, which might reflect the fact that there are water transfers happening right now. The San Joaquin River, meanwhile, remains quite low with a flow that's about 29% of the 20-year flow average. And we're about at that level too for exports from the South Delta, which are at 25%. So that concludes my lead scientist report, and I'm now happy to take questions on any part of it.
Any questions? If not, not that I want to create more work, because I don't want to create any more work, but what intrigues me, and what intrigued me even more after attending the Science for Communities workshop, I'm just wondering if there might be some opportunities for us to be able to create a newsletter or something similar for school age children, where they are actually, again, getting the information, obviously not to the level that is being provided right now for those that are in the industry, but again, being able to provide a similar newsletter, but in layman's terms, and being able to partner with schools throughout the entire Delta system, so that, again, and the reason why I'm saying this is for 2 reasons. Number one, again, that workshop I thought was just spot on. And I thought that that was, again, a good introduction for us to start embedding ourselves more within the community. But 2, you know that I travel a lot by train. And as I'm taking that stretch from Stockton into Antioch, Martinez, and I see so many kids, I'm thinking, why aren't they learning about this estuary that is in their backyard? And how can we, again, promote it and be able to engage more on the whole Science for Communities aspect?
I really appreciate that comment, Chair Medueno. This is an area that us within the science program have identified as a desirable growth area. And I would just give a shout out to folks in both science and planning who recently contributed to a Frontiers in Young Minds special issue that was targeted to Delta research. It was a really great compilation of articles about the Delta that were reviewed by an editorial board made up of school-aged children, and that's also the target audience. I would also say that we've been inspired by the recent youth symposium hosted by Restore the Delta. This is something that actually came up during our planning group meeting yesterday for the Salinity Management Workshop series. Some members of the planning team identified that youth is an audience that we should really be reaching out to as we prepare for the second workshop, which will likely take place in fall next year now. But I really like this idea of a newsletter targeted towards youth. Thanks for putting that into the mix. It's something that we will continue to talk about.
Yeah, I just see so many correlations. And when you hear from, again, just the general public, and they don't know about why the level of, their activities to be able to fish in the Delta has diminished. And they don't understand the whole aspect of harmful algal blooms, or they don't know about salinity or salt intrusion and how that impacts their way of life, if you will. I'm thinking if there's a way for us to be able to communicate that in a consistent manner in a newsletter that you're putting together, and maybe just break it down a little bit more so that we can provide that for the general public, I think that would be very, very important.
It's a really interesting idea. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Okay, seeing no other questions, we will move on to your next part of the.
Yes, I was a little hasty in turning off my microphone
Yeah.
there. So the next item concerns the reappointment of Dr. Thomas Holzer to the Independent Science Board. Dr. Thomas Holzer's first term is coming to an end on January 2nd of 2023. And just as a reminder, the Delta Reform Act stipulates that members of the Independent Science Board are nationally and internationally prominent experts in fields relevant to the Delta. It also specifies that the term for ISB members is 5 years, and that term is renewable for up to another 5 years. So his first 5 years is what is coming to an end on January 2nd. And if reappointed, his second 5-year term would be from January 3rd, 2023 to January 2nd, 2028. Now, during his tenure on the Delta Independent Science Board, Dr. Holzer played a significant role in the Delta ISB's water supply reliability review. He participated in the presentations to the council and DPIC, and the presentation to the council took place in June 2022. He is now leading a review on subsidence reversal in the Delta. Prior to serving on the Delta Independent Science Board, Dr. Holzer was a scientist at the U.S. Geological Survey, where he now holds emeritus status. He served at the USGS from 1975 to 2016, and he has also held an appointment as a consulting professor at Stanford from 1994 to 2016. He's currently the only member on the board with expertise on seismic hazards and land subsidence caused by groundwater withdrawal. So based on his qualifications and his ongoing contributions to the Delta Independent Science Board, I recommend reappointing Dr. Holzer for a second term.
Okay, thank you so very much for that. And I'm going to apologize and go back because we did not ask for public comment on the lead scientist report. Beck, is there any public comment?
There is not, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I would have interjected for you.
Great, thank you so much. Is there any comments or questions of Dr. Larson on the reappointment of our ISB member, Dr. Thomas Holzer? Well, I just want to say, having just been out to some of the Delta Islands, the subsidence is obviously a very, very big issue. And so the fact that he is working critically on this, the possible subsidence reversal, essential, absolutely essential. So if there's no other comments or public comment on this item,
No
Madam
public
Chair,
comment.
is now an appropriate time to make a motion for
now is its perfect time to make a motion.
so move for the reappointment of Dr. Holzer. And thank you, Dr. Holzer, for your service and your willingness to continue.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Zingali and a second by Councilmember Lee. And we will do roll call. Councilmember Damrell. Councilmember Zingali.
Aye.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
And Councilmember Madueño, aye. Motion passes. Congratulations to Dr. Holzer, and we welcome and again look forward to all of the great work that he will continue to do on behalf of the Independent Science Board. Thank you.
Thank you all, and I will convey those congratulations to Dr. Holzer.
Wonderful. Thank you. We will now move on to, actually, we have our presentation and we are a couple of minutes early. So
Yeah, I recommend a short break until the secretary arrives.
excellent. We will take a short recess and we will start up hopefully right at 10 a.m. So break time. Okay, there we go. Okay, I would like to reconvene the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. And for the record, I'd like to note that Councilmember Don Natoli has joined us. Welcome to Councilmember Natoli and good morning. We will now start item number 9, and it is a presentation reducing reliance on the Delta through the improved regional water self-reliance. And very happy to announce that we have the presence of our California Natural Resources Secretary, Mr. Wade Crowfoot, who will start us with a conversation about what the governor has presented on a water supply strategy. So
If you don't mind, I'm going to kick us
yes,
off.
absolutely.
Okay.
And we'll turn it over to our executive officer, Miss Jessica Pearson.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm really excited to welcome water leaders from across the state today to discuss efforts to improve regional water supplies and reduce reliance on the Delta and increase climate resiliency. In the 2009 Delta Reform Act, the legislature established that it was state policy to reduce reliance on the Delta for future water supplies. And we, of course, see this as an essential part of achieving the state's co-equal goals. So the Delta Plan also includes reduced reliance as part of its regulatory framework. Many of you are familiar with WRP1, the infamous WRP1. So today's panel really seeks to highlight the work done by local, state, and federal partners to meet the challenge of ensuring a reliable water supply for all of us. So to kick it off, I'd like to introduce Natural Resources Secretary Wade Crowfoot. He's going to provide context for the panel in relation to the governor's water supply strategy. Introduced in August and building off of the water supply, the water resilience portfolio, many of the proposed strategy actions in the drought strategy align with the Delta Plan recommendations to expand water storage, to add new water supply sources, and to conserve and more efficiently use water. So I'm really looking forward to working with the administration to achieve some of these goals in the context of the Delta and the Delta Plan. So thank you, Secretary Crowfoot.
Thanks so much, Jessica, and thanks, Chair. It's a pleasure to be with you, council members. And I think this is the first time I've actually presented at the Delta Stewardship Council. So I wanted to step back and share with you my thoughts on the importance of your work, and then I'll connect it into our challenges with drought and climate change, and then how it connects to your topic you're discussing today. Goes without saying, I think you have a critically important job. The Delta is not only an important place, but a fascinating place. I'm finishing a recently published history on early California right now, just in my spare time, and it has me thinking about the evolution of places in California. And if you think about the Delta, you had before European contact or colonization, this incredible natural estuary that would dry out in the summer and support native communities and mammals like grizzly bears. and then would wet up in the winter and provide this incredible aquatic habitat. Fast forward, you had the settlement of the Delta and the diking and protection of lands and the filling of those lands for productive agricultural purpose. The Delta was the highway of transport between San Francisco and Sacramento, when Sacramento was actually larger than San Francisco. And then fast forward in the middle part of last century, the Delta became a really important place for the conveyance of water that allowed our state to develop into a state of 40 million people. Now, believe it or not, the fourth largest economy in the world. And all the while providing livelihood for communities that live there and environmental habitat for one of the most biodiverse places in the world. So the challenge we face now is how do we, of course, meet all these goals? How do we help restore some of the ecological function we've lost in the Delta as a result of, changing its natural function, both with its settlement, but also its use as water infrastructure? How do we continue to provide reliable fresh water for a majority of Californians? 27 million people get their water through the Delta. And then, of course, how do we ensure that it remains a vibrant place to live for Delta communities? It's remarkable, our water system. The Delta, when people talk about Delta water supplies, I actually step back and say, actually, the supplies drain off millions of acres of land across the Sierra Nevada and even the lower Cascade mountain range into the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers and through the Delta. So really, this is about how do we ensure that continued function of that system, but as you're talking about today, reduce the reliance on the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers and that water flow through the Delta. We know climate change is fundamentally altering our water situation in California. Our climate scientists tell us that we'll continue to experience dry periods, intense droughts, and intense flooding. And in fact, as the governor says, the dry periods will be drier and the wet periods will be wetter. And as a result of hotter temperatures, our scientists tell us that by 2040, we will lose about 10% of our water supply. And that's averaged out over wet years and dry years. But simply those hotter temperatures mean less snowpack in the winter, and then more of the snowpack that does fall absorbing into very thirsty soils and thirsty plants or evaporating into warmer temperatures. So the governor in August released this water supply strategy for a hotter, drier future. And it's focused on how do we supplant this 10% of water supply that we're going to lose? What are the actions that we need to take? And one of those actions that you'll hear about today is supporting local water agencies, regional water agencies, becoming more self-sufficient and becoming more diversified in their water supply and relying less on faraway rivers, be it the Colorado River or the Owens River or the Sacramento and San Joaquin running through the Delta, because we know that we will have a less reliable water situation moving forward. So the hotter, drier strategy is all about specific actions that we need to take by 2030 and 2040 to build our resilience to this changing climate. It includes significantly improving our water efficiency and eliminating water waste, which we know is the cheapest and most effective water supply strategy. It includes significantly expanding water recycling, particularly in large communities like Greater Los Angeles, which you'll hear about here today. It includes recharging our groundwater basins. Our best source of water supply, our best location for water supply is recharging our basins, getting water underground, and also building above ground water supply where it makes sense, recognizing that we have 1,500 plus dams in California, and most of the above ground water supply locations that made sense are already in use. But it also is about capturing stormwater in urban areas when it comes, or urban stormwater capture, and then desalination where it makes sense. So this hotter, drier strategy is all about helping regions across California become more resilient to these changes and helping them diversify their water supply, which by nature will reduce reliance on water supply from faraway rivers, including those that you address through the Delta. So we are clear-eyed with the challenge that we're experiencing right now. Frankly, climate change and its impacts have accelerated more quickly than scientists believed even 5 or 10 years ago. I'll mention that a key component of our hotter, drier strategy remains ensuring resilient conveyance or movement of water. And this is obviously a controversial topic to some of the stakeholders in the Delta. But from our perspective, while we can reduce reliance on faraway rivers, we will not eliminate the need for our backbone water system in California. It will still be necessary to move water from our California rivers to Southern California, but also Northern California. I remind our friends in the Bay Area that they too import water well over 100 miles from parts of the Sierra Nevada. So it's about diversifying supply, building local water resilience, and ensuring the resilience of the conveyance that we have. And as we know, that water conveyance, whether it's in the Delta or elsewhere, is subject to real challenges. In some places, ground has subsided or sunk. That's really threatening infrastructure. In other parts like the Delta, we're quite worried about the intrusion of salt water into the southern and interior Delta and the continued concerns or threats of seismic activity and earthquake. So what you'll hear hopefully today is leaders across California committed to align with you on reducing the reliance of use of the San Joaquin and Sacramento rivers. At the same time, we want to focus on ensuring that that conveyance maintains viability into future decades, because California is going to need it. So Chair and Jessica, really appreciate the opportunity to hopefully set some context here today. And once again, just really appreciate the work that you do balancing all these needs.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Secretary Crowfoot. It's, to have you here, number one, is an example of your dedication in wanting to work with us and collaborate with us and seeing, again, the critical role that the Delta Stewardship Council plays. So I want to publicly thank you for that, for your leadership. I shared earlier in my chair's report that I had the opportunity to see you at the Dos Rios Ranch event, and your words that you shared in terms of how important it is for us as a community to, again, restore floodplains and work collaboratively, if you will. And I had the good fortune of having dinner with some of our Southern California stakeholders, if I'll call them that, stakeholders, last night. And I think that we all share in the sentiment that the Delta is a critical element for California. And when we stop working Northern California versus Southern California, but working as one California, and that's our role, is to protect that estuary for all of Californians. So I take your comments incredibly as very important. And you're right, you've said some of the very key messages that I've been sharing with some of the legislators in some of these meet and greets. And again, we are a changing California forevermore. And these conditions beg for us to step up and again, acclimate and change and really start to develop some of these very difficult conversations that sometimes we don't want to have, but we need to have. And so again, I thank you so much for your dedication and your leadership to this very important topic.
Well, thanks once again to you and really to all council members and the Delta Commission staff, Stewardship Council staff. Incredible work and incredibly complicated challenges and questions that you have to face. So huge thanks for the work that you do. It is public service and remarkable public service.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Jessica, I'll turn it back over to you.
Just wanted to see if there were any questions. Otherwise, we can proceed with the next step. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Secretary.
Okay, I'd like to invite up Jeff Henderson to come and introduce our panel. And so he's going to set up the nameplates. So please come up and take your seat. And I wanted to point out that we do have one panelist who is participating remotely, and that is Robert Chang from the Coachella Valley Water Agency. We haven't forgotten about you, Robert.
All right, thank you, Jessica. And as our panelists are assembling, I will go ahead and begin our presentation with a little bit of background, and I won't take too much time between the secretary and our guests today, but did want to take an opportunity to provide the council with some background on how we have gotten to this focus on reduced reliance on the Delta and improved regional self-reliance. And I think it's very important to consider those as I often think of them as two sides of the same coin, in the sense of reducing reliance is one policy objective, and one of the key ways of doing that is by improving that regional water self-reliance. Next slide, please. So this concept is deeply embedded in the origins of the Council and the Delta Reform Act in the form of the co-equal goals. And I'll just remind everyone the co-equal goals are to achieve the two co-equal goals of providing a more reliable water supply for California and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem, and that those co-equal goals shall be accomplished in a manner that protects and enhances the unique cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values of the Delta as an evolving place. So this concept of water supply reliability is deeply embedded in the co-equal goals themselves. Next slide, please. The Delta Reform Act also included a series of objectives that needed to be accomplished in order to advance those co-equal goals. And those objectives included managing the Delta's water and environmental resources and the water resources of the state for the long term, promoting statewide water conservation, water use efficiency, and sustainable water use, and improving the water conveyance system and expanding statewide water storage. And these were key objectives that were also advanced as part of the Council's Delta Plan amendments in 2018 that included amendments to address conveyance, storage, and the operations of both, or you'll often hear staff refer to that as the CSO amendment. Next slide, please. Stepping further, the legislature also established reduced reliance as a statewide policy, stating that the policy of the state is to reduce reliance on the Delta in meeting California's future water supply needs through a statewide strategy of investing in improved regional supplies, conservation, and water use efficiency. So that is enshrined in the Delta Reform Act and the Water Code, and is essentially the stated policy of the legislature with regard to water supply reliability and reduced reliance on the Delta in statewide policy and statute. Next slide, please. So then we come to the Delta Plan, and I'm going to just quickly run through the various different components of the Delta Plan that address this concept of reduced reliance on the Delta and improved regional self-reliance. The first of these is our regulatory policy known as WRP1, which essentially applies to covered actions and would identify that water shall not be exported from, transferred through, or used in the Delta if a number of conditions apply. And without digging into the significantly complex details of this policy, it is important to note first that activity would need to have a significant adverse environmental impact in the Delta. And if that occurs, then water suppliers are required to adequately contribute to reducing reliance on the Delta, consistent with the requirements of the policy. And furthermore, that any failure to adequately contribute to reduced reliance needs to significantly cause the need for the export, transfer, or use of the water. And then another provision of our regulation establishes that water suppliers do have an obligation. Water suppliers who would receive water from a covered action project do have the obligation to complete urban water management plans or agricultural water management plans, identify how the activities in those management plans are being implemented or have begun being implemented, and document the expected outcome for a measurable reduction in either the amount or percentage of water that's used from the Delta by those suppliers. Next slide, please. Another component of the Delta Plan are the various recommendations that address urban water management plans, agricultural water management plans, and integrated water management plans with regard to providing guidance for the preparation of what was termed a water supply reliability element. And I just wanted to note as well that our council staff has had the opportunity to work with the Department of Water Resources in identifying some example methodologies that water suppliers may use to document the reduced reliance side of that two-sided coin that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. And as with all things, we track performance of these recommendations through our performance measures. And there are 4 performance measures that are specifically guided toward identifying urban water use efficiency, alternative water supplies used by the various different water suppliers, gauging water supply reliability and how it changes over time, and a specific PM addressing agricultural water planning. Next slide. Just want to take a moment and highlight the 2 documents that Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, kind of looking on the one hand there at what the Delta Plan has to say in the sort of very long range vision for the Delta. Really look at these 2 documents as ways of focusing that for this period in time, with the water resilience portfolio really outlining the strategies that we need to focus on in the near term, and then the water supply strategy identifying those actions that specifically need to occur by 2030 and 2040 in order to address a 10% reduction in water supplies that's anticipated over that period of time. Next slide, please. So I too am very pleased to welcome our presenters today. You've already heard from Secretary Crowfoot. We're joined this morning by Adele Hadj-Khalil, who is the General Manager of Metropolitan Water District, Barbara Romero, the Director and General Manager of LA Sanitation and Environment, and Robert Cheng, the Assistant General Manager of the Coachella Valley Water District. And I'll introduce each of them in turn, just with a short bio. Beginning with, to my right, Adele Hadj-Khalil, who is the General Manager and the Chief Executive Officer for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, which is the largest wholesale drinking water agency in the country. Metropolitan is a state-established cooperative that delivers water to 26 member public agencies, serving 19 million people across Southern California. And as General Manager, Mr. Hadj-Khalil is responsible for leading Metropolitan's daily and long-term operations and planning to provide safe, reliable water to Southern California. He oversees Metropolitan's $1.9 billion annual budget, 1,800 employees, and an extensive system of conveyance, storage, treatment, and delivery infrastructure. And Mr. Hadj-Khalil is a national water and infrastructure leader and the recipient of several awards. And just want to welcome Mr. Hadj-Khalil to our panel this morning and look forward to his comments. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having us and being at the heart of an example of how we need to collaborate and work together, as the chair mentioned about One Water California. And you heard the secretary talk about the water supply plan by the governor. It's anchored in that One California. We all have an interest and we have a duty to work together to create a future that is a balanced future for water in our state, in our region, as in the Southwest, as you know, it's bigger just than us. But the only way we can do it is when we collaborate, when we talk to each other, when we build relationships. And I think this council is an example of what should be done or what needs to be done. And that's why we applaud you for having us here. I'm here today to really talk about how is Metropolitan and Southern California playing a role in creating water resiliency for all of us, but also how we do it in a balanced approach, anchored in integration, innovation, and inclusion, helping create a balanced approach. Since I've taken the helm at Metropolitan, I came with a vision of One Water. I came with a vision of creating a holistic solution anchored in creating a balanced approach. And this climate change that we are facing today is the worst that we've seen. And the conditions we have here demand all of us to plan for the future differently, to create a future that is adapting to this climate change and where no one is left behind. That's critical. No one is left behind, whether it's a farmer, whether it's the Delta, whether it's the tribes, whether it's the urban users, all of us, no one should be left behind, the environment. And we believe strongly in that concept. I believe strongly in that concept. And my agency working very hard in collaboration with our partners in Southern California and up and down the state and with our partners in the Colorado River watershed are committed to that. Next slide. You've heard about who Metropolitan is, but I think I would say to you, Metropolitan is really going through a transformation anchored in this climate change, but also anchored in this new future that we have to build. We have faced the worst condition. I'll just tell you a story a little bit about what happened recently. The last 3 years, we've had the worst drought, and the allocation from the State Water Project have been limited to a 5% allocation. And we use our reserves in different places. But the wake-up call is in April, that we did not have enough water remaining that will sustain us for the remaining of the year for 6 million people in Southern California, and especially on the west side of our region in Cayugas, Las Virgenes, LA, and others. We took action, my board took action for emergency action, asking for a conservation actions where we have issued allocation to allow us to stretch the water, but also asked that no lawns will be watered for more than 1 day a week. And we wanted to reduce by 35%. That was done. And starting in June, we are seeing close to 40% reduction. And that really triggered the need for us to figure out how we continue working on it. But that journey did not start today. If you can go to the next slide. That journey did not start today. We've been working on conservation, on reduction of our water usage in Southern California for a long, long time. Since 1990, we've reduced our consumption almost by half. We have our water supply that comes in from the State Water Project and the Colorado River. We are now, half of our water in Southern California is locally sourced. A lot of it is because of the investments we have made, over $1.5 billion of investments we have made in conservation and in local resource program to encourage and incentivize our member agencies, our water utilities to build local water supply, such as what happened in Orange County, what's being done in San Diego, what's being done in different parts of our communities to do the right thing in recycling and reusing water. And that really also we give rebates, and the rebates and the outreach has been amazing. $840 million in rebates. 200 million square feet of turf have been replaced, and more needs to be done. And that's really an example of what needs to be done, but more needs to be done. I'm not going to say that's not going to be enough. And what we need to do is diversify our portfolio, diversify our water supply, because the name of the game today is resiliency, but also smart water management. Smart water management is what I use right now, is because what we need to do, as you heard the governor say it, and I heard the secretary say it, we're going to see dry days and wet days. And what we need to do is figure out how we manage through it. And that's what I call the smart water management or the holistic solution. Next slide. So some of the examples and what we're trying to do is right now develop our 2045 water supply plan. But also, as part of what we're doing is we need to find ways to ensure resiliency, but also ensure affordability. That's a very big challenge for all of us. And the investments in Southern California, actually it's an investment in the entire region. And by us increasing our resiliency, increasing local water supply, it's going to help all of us, because we cannot fight over the diminishing amount of water. What we need to do is make the pie bigger. So it's conservation is a way of life. We are continuing to work hard on efforts to conserve. We've reduced our water consumption by over 40%, close to 50%. Our water that we're using today is the same as it was 40 years ago, with the increased number of people. But we are actually continuing the effort to continue conserving every single day. We have introduced 2 weeks ago a resolution about non-functional turf, asking cities to continue to adopt ordinances to ban non-functional turf, that turf that's not used except for decorative purposes. As you know, the governor has banned watering that turf, but we want to make it a permanent action and replace it with something different, which is a natural, less water consuming native plants, if possible, is what we're trying to do. We are doing mapping to map every single non-functional turf in our area to really take action. But the biggest thing we're doing is we need to augment water supply. We augment water supply through recycling every drop, through stormwater capture, and increasing our storage. I don't know how many people have been to Hemet in our region. We have built Diamond Valley Lake, 800,000 acre-feet of storage that was built back in 2000. That helped us in using that as a storage for us to meet that diversity. So that example is what I think the example that needs to apply it everywhere. Yesterday, I was in Antelope Valley, Kern County, and we have a project we're building in partnership, which is a storage, underground storage, AVIC project. We have also a partnership with Arvin Addison, and we're trying to figure out how we continue using Arvin Addison storage for moving forward. But the key point is we need to figure out how we can, when we have wet years, we should be able to capture the high flows and move it around in the system to store it and build the infrastructure underground, above ground, and use it when we have dry conditions so we can sustain the delta, sustain the environment, and not fight over that water. That creates the balanced approach. That's why the investment in recycled water, the investment in stormwater capture and recharge, the investment in storage and moving water around the system is critical to our success. Example is Pure Water, Southern California. We are building the largest recycled water plant in Carson in partnership with LA County Sanitation District. And we will be recycling 150 million gallons a day. Thanks to the legislator and the governor for signing a bill recently that allowed us to use progressive design build. We need to move this fast and focus. And we're meeting right now with our partners to have actually delivery of water as we're building the project around the area. It's about 40,000 acre-feet of water that we can deliver by 2028 that we're gonna do quickly. That's just one example. Desal is another thing that we gotta look at. It's a tool in the toolbox. But also our partners, you hear from my partner, Barbara Romero, about what she's doing and what they're doing in Los Angeles next to us. We're going to partner of how we move the water. But the key thing for us here is we need to continue to see that the solution is not just a Southern California problem and a Southern California solution. It's a holistic solution. The support we need from the legislators, the state and the governor is to continue investment, because investment in Southern California is going to help us all. And you know, it's something that I'm very proud of the work we're doing and what we have accomplished. We've done a lot and more needs to be done. My board, if you go to the next slide. I mean, this is just an example of the conservation that we've done and all the work we continue to do. And it's just an example of a reduction of 40% to 50% per capita consumption. But more needs to be done. We're creating new ideas and new concepts to help us. We're giving rebates for people to put in a smart meter around their old meter so they can manage their water consumption. We are doing focused distribution of rebates for apartment buildings that are in disadvantaged communities to replace toilets that have not been replaced. It took an hour to have 10,000 toilet rebates given away. We did another 20,000, took another hour. People are ready to do the right thing. And I tell you, it's we've seen 5-fold increase in demand on turf replacement. And what we've looked at also is people say it's people are going back and putting turf. We've done the analysis. It's less than 2% of people going back and replacing it. So it's really contagious. And we say neighbors also have done the right thing around it to do that. Next slide. Our board 2 weeks ago revised our Bay Delta policies. And after 15 years, we were able to consolidate all of them. But really, the board wanted to assure the commitment for reduced reliance on our imported water and really committing to the co-equal goals of the Delta Reform Act. And that's something that we did, and the board supported that effort, and we are committed to working with everyone to ensure that we're moving forward in a holistic and balanced approach. Next slide. So we're looking forward to the future. The future for us is going to be a future of resiliency, a future of diverse portfolio and one water. Next slide. We're seeing the temperatures, we're seeing what's happening. The snowpack is not a reliable source of water. We're seeing in both systems right now. And we continue to work with our partners, the farmers and everyone, to reduce our consumption through following. I was down in Bard Irrigation District down by Yuma in close to Arizona, and with the Quechan tribe. We have a partnership with them on following land part of the time to ensure that we are saving water. They took some of that money and invested that we gave to them, invested in lining canals to reduce loss of water. And I just applaud that kind of smart. We're going to be working with them more on how we do it across the whole region, ensuring that there is no water is being lost and reduce evaporation. That's something we're committed to. Next slide. You've heard a lot about the Colorado River and the Commissioner Touton have testified before the Senate about the need to reduce the use in the Colorado River by 2 million acre feet. We understand this is something that we are committed to it. Actually, California and especially Metropolitan have conserved a lot of water over the years that we've actually added over 1.5 million acre feet of water in Lake Mead to postpone the delay that's happening. We put storage in, but now we've seen in condition that we haven't seen before, and we need to take drastic action. And we're working closely. We offered as California a 400,000 acre feet of reduction that we want to take. Still, we're negotiating with our partners in the upper states. Well, but also we applaud the federal government on putting money on the table for investing in the Inflation Reduction Act, $4 billion for our efforts around the Colorado River. And that has already is in progress with the first batch of money going out. But we have a partnership with everyone. We're trying to ensure that our investments in Southern California is also helping the entire watershed. So this Pure Water Project has also a component of it is a partnership with Arizona and Nevada. They are partnering with us because they see if we reduce our consumption locally and replace it with recycled water, that may allow us to save water from the Colorado River also and back it into Lake Mead to provide and stand up and protect the system. Next slide. I want to continue. This is what we talked about earlier. Next slide. So I think to me, this is the time. I don't know who said it, when you are in a crisis, it's an opportunity for us. All of us should take what we're dealing with today as an opportunity to prepare for the next 100 years. I've said it, our water management for the last 100 years served us well, but the next 100 years, we need new tools and new playbooks, a playbook about reuse, diversifying our portfolio, engaging our community. I've been to the Delta many times. I've worked with the Restore the Delta partners. I've met with the environmental advocates on the Delta, on the boat to talk about the future. We are a partner in the Delta. We want to restore the Delta. We believe strongly in the future, but we need to do it in a collaborative way. I've visited and spent a day listening to the tribal nations around the Sacramento River and the Delta, and I believe that we all need to ensure that every voice is heard. And this is what I call our One Water vision. The One Water vision is not just about water and holistic solution. It's about people, bringing people together and ensuring we have balanced solutions for the environment, for the farmers, for the community and for the urban users. And if we do it in a balanced approach, I think we all can win. We all can be under the same blue tent with no one left behind. So we've done huge accomplishments in the past, but more needs to be done. And the solution is diversifying our water supply, recycling every drop, finding storage and storing our water when we have it and we have high flows, and building the infrastructure to move water around. Those are the solutions. And if we do it together in collaboration, I think we can really solve all the challenges in our state, in the Delta, but also around the Southwest. And I'm so appreciative of your time, and I'm available for any questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adele. Appreciate your presentation. And should we go ahead and do a Q&A first and then move on to Barbara? I think we'll do that. And it looks like Councilmember Damrell, you have a question.
There we go. Thank you so much. What is the future of the Colorado River reliability in your mind? Is there any future? Is it secure or is it relatively unsecure?
To me, it's on the Colorado River. I mean, we are seeing what it's a change in conditions. The water, the rain and the amount of rain we're getting is almost normal. The problem you're seeing is high temperatures and dry soil. The water is not making it into reservoirs. So 90% of normal last year in terms of runoff rain, the runoff into the rivers and the reservoirs was about 30%. That tells us this is different condition. So for us to really sustain this future of the Colorado River, we need to come together, reduce the consumption first. The second thing is augment supply. To augment supply means we need to build local resource projects across our region with our partners in Mexico and other places to reduce consumption first and build recycled water everywhere. So every drop that you're using locally can be backed up and put into Lake Mead. We may have some rain coming, but I think the lessons that we've learned here is we need to augment our local water supply everywhere. And that's why Arizona and Nevada is partnering with us. And the solution is, for now, reduce consumption, use smart ways to manage water. And I gave example of Bard down south by Yuma and the Quechan tribe, where they invested in lining canals. We need to think about how we can reduce the loss of water in our system, because we lose water as we convey this water down the system from evaporation and from infiltration. I think we need to live within the means. The river was over allocated in the past. It was assumed to going to have a higher yield. I think we need to live with the new normal, which is much less yield. It's probably around 11 million acre feet versus 15 before, as was thought of in the past. So we need to readjust our usage, but also create new water supply. And as we've done in Southern California, by saving and conserving, we're able to allow more storage in Lake Mead to shore up. So we put in over 25 feet of storage, 1.5 million acre feet of storage in Lake Mead. That's helped us over the last few years defer this issue. And now as we do more water supply, we need to do it. So yeah, it's a very strained issue right now in the Colorado, but to me, it's an opportunity for us to diversify our water use everywhere. We have an MOU right now with all the 7 basin states urban users that is being signed to adopt practices of water efficiency. And that's something that's being signed by, we signed it, others have signed it, Las Vegas, Denver, and others, and everybody's signing it to commit to practices of conservation, practices of efficient water usage that can help us save water. Because this is the time to conserve, but then the other one is augmenting water supply. So I think we need to adjust our expectations from the river to protect the river.
Well, from your answer, it's my impression that you don't believe that the Colorado River is really a reliable source for future water use. Is that basically your answer?
It's strained, and we need to do something different to augment it. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Dale, for your presentation. And I have had a chance to visit Diamond Valley. I know we were accommodated by some of your board members in the past, some of us who represent the regions in Northern California here in the Delta. I wear several hats, and as you probably know, I'm on the Board of Supervisors in Sacramento County and on the Delta Protection Commission. But I wanted to ask, and I think kind of as a follow-on to Member Damerel's question. So recognizing what you've said, and certainly the work that's going on in the Colorado River Basin as it relates to Metropolitan Water District and certainly the users in California, do we run the risk, I guess, in your assessment of that? Because then the discussion today focuses on reduced reliance on the Delta. And I guess I would argue that there's been an over allocation, at least on paper, from the watersheds in Northern California. Do we run the risk of some overcompensation? Because again, as I recall from my visit to Diamond Valley, you're very reliant there. You had Colorado River water in Diamond Valley, but you also, it was made, at least impressed upon me at the time, that Delta water was critical because it was a pure source of water and that the mix was important, obviously, to the customers that you all serve. So I guess my question would go to, then how is it that if you're, from all the things you're doing, what is the assurances then that not just the reliance, but that there's not overcompensation for the Sacramento San Joaquin system in that context, particularly in this very urgent situation? So I guess I'm kind of curious. I know you touched
Sure.
on.
I mean, I'll speak to it directly.
Yeah.
To me is that's why we signed on to the voluntary agreements. And I believe the solution around how the water in the Delta is being managed is to have to be done in a science-based adaptive way of managing it. We're going to have days where you're going to have dry conditions and you're going to have the days of wet conditions. And I believe that smart water management is, if we can move water from the tributary in Northern California during high flows and move it into the system and store it all the way down in Central Valley, all the way down in Southern California, in different parts of the system. Sites Reservoir is another example. And if we do it in a way, it's going to help us manage the water when you have dry conditions, that it can be focused on the use around the Delta and the community there. We have to be able to address that. And I think we're not going to basically not use the water from Northern California. We're going to reduce our dependence on it, and smart way of managing it. The same thing with the Colorado River, we're going to do the same. What we're saying is we need to be able to manage the system in a smart way, where we're actually capturing, putting water in storage, recycling water. I mean, that's equivalent to close to 500,000 households, 1.5 million people. That's going to supply water. It's going to augment that water. We are working hard on stormwater capture locally in our system to put it in the ground. We have groundwater storage available. But to me, we're not saying that we're going to move water from Northern California to balance the Colorado, but we need to be smart of how we manage the water in our system. We are committed to investing in storage. We're committed to investing in recycled water and alternative water supplies that we need to do. At the same time, we're going to work with our partners up in the Delta of how we manage water. And to me, it's smart water management is the solution. And I think we tend to always fight over the shrinking water pie or the water drop. And instead of trying to make that water drop bigger across our region, so we can work together. So I need your support. I need as the chair mentioned, this is a solution for everyone. So when I am working hard to invest in storage, invest in recycled water, or maybe in the future desal, to help increase local water supply, I need your support on that one, because that helps us all manage the ability. And I'm going to continue to work with you and others we have a huge science program, we have a huge investment in the Delta because I believe in the balanced approach. I believe in protecting the habitat in the Delta. I believe in protecting community around the Delta and the rivers. But I'll tell you, it's going to be this pie that we're going to keep looking at diversifying. And I'm gonna, our commitment right now is increase storage, increase local water supply, continue with conservation, and build the infrastructure to move water around. And we may be able to increase local water supply. That means the Colorado River water that we have, we may be able to save some of it to store in Lake Mead for the future. That's what we're going to do. We're going to work together on a holistic one water solution. And every drop is something that we're going to try to capture and put in the ground to allow us to create a balanced solutions everywhere. Our farmers up in the watershed in Palo Verde and IID are working really hard on reducing their consumption. We have projects with them, but also we said we have partnership with others to invest in Southern California to shore up Lake Mead like Nevada and Arizona. And hopefully, I want to thank publicly the governor and the legislator for providing funding for our project in the recent budget. So that's a great support, also supporting us in this expedited process, because everybody sees that what we need to do is move at a faster pace. And hopefully we can also streamline permitting and streamline the processes of getting things done. This is urgent times, and we need to continue moving at urgent speed.
If I could, I would just say that I think you would find much concurrence, certainly from folks that I'm, in contact with on a regular basis about the need for certainly increased storage. And I would also offer, kudos to you and certainly your member agencies, for the efforts that you have. You've pioneered in a lot of ways, certainly the stormwater capture and the, treatment, purification of water and reuse of water. We have projects certainly in Northern California that I think mirror, at least in some respects, those efforts. And I will just tell you that obviously with the Sustainable Groundwater Act, there's activity not just in Central California, but certainly Northern California and Southern California to comport with that. And I know folks are working diligently, as you said, to look to capture the water when it's available. And so I think there's a lot of commonality. Obviously, one of the elephants in the room, and I'll just mention it, obviously, is the proposed conveyance project, isolated conveyance in the Delta. And as you're well aware, that's an issue with folks. But the Delta does benefit from the movement of water, which is conveyed currently, obviously, through the existing system. And I think as you in Metropolitan Water District do its work, I think you'll find folks certainly willing to work together on many common themes, and sites you mentioned is one of those as well. So I just, again, certainly thank you for your presentation, but it's going to challenge us for many years to come, but I think we're certainly up to the task. And I think rightfully with the leadership, certainly at the state level, to invest and to do that with a degree of urgency is an important component to the solution. So
appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Natoli. I have a long list of things that I want to ask, and maybe if we have time, I will. But I want to, in the sake of moving forward and not delaying us, I'd like to move on to our next presenter.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to introduce Barbara Romero, who is a native Angelino born and raised in East Los Angeles. She's spent her career serving the city's residents. In June 2021, she was appointed by Mayor Eric Garcetti as Director and General Manager of LA Sanitation and Environment, overseeing the city's clean water program as one of many other programs. She currently also serves on the board of directors of the National Association of Clean Water Agencies. Her previous City of Los Angeles positions include Deputy Mayor of City Services, Board of Public Works Commissioner, and City Planning Commissioner. Prior to those positions, she spent a decade working for the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority as Chief of Urban Projects and Watershed Planning. Barbara has always been involved in community service and has served on the boards of many community and environmental organizations. Welcome, Barbara. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. And thank you all for allowing me to showcase and highlight some of the work we're doing in the city of Los Angeles. So, next slide. So just for context, I just wanted to share with you that in sanitation, I oversee 3,500 employees at an annual budget of over 1 billion. Manage 3 essential programs: clean water, solid resources, and stormwater. Each one of these is directly impacts our daily life of our residents, and customer service and equity are the drivers in our work. In our clean water program, we service over 4.7 million customers, and that includes City of Los Angeles and 29 contract cities. And we treat 300 MGDs of sewage, and it goes through 6,700 miles of, our sewer system to our 4 plants, our sewage treatment plants in the City of Los Angeles. So we have a long history of working on recycled water, and we're doing an advanced purification system there. But we don't do it alone. We work with the Department of Water and Power, which is our water agency. Next slide. As everyone has described, we are, with climate change, with drought, and just the demands on water, we have a problem that we need to take advantage of. In the City of Los Angeles, we've known, and we have a goal to be to source 70% of our water locally. We know that the solution is to just reduce the reliance on import water and just locally source it. Hyperion 2035, which is the project that I'm working on, has the capacity, the potential to provide 50% of the water that is water supply needed for the City of LA residents. Next slide. But as I mentioned, we're not doing it alone. And Adele alluded to, we have to look at a holistic approach to our water supply system. As you can see just from this map, we are looking to partner with not just City of Los Angeles, but other departments, and more importantly, other water agencies in the region. But of course, I'm here to highlight what we're doing at Hyperion, because right now at Hyperion alone, we have, so I guess that's the only other important part of this one, is to show that that working together, we can address our reliance issues. Next slide. As I mentioned, those are the 4 plants that we currently operate in the City of Los Angeles. And the opportunity, as you could see, that most of them we're already doing 100% recycled water. The opportunity is right now we're discharging 230 million MGDs into the ocean. So the goal right now is to construct an advanced water purification process to produce that water and for drinking water purposes. Not only is this technically feasible, we have the knowledge and expertise to transform this facility. Next slide. And this facility we've owned since 1894, when we bought this facility. So our 3 main goals is to use a new facility to recycle water for purposes for indirect potable use, to modernize our existing plant as we operate our first-class water reclamation facility for the next 50 years. And third, we want to also reduce the discharge of pollutants into the ocean. All in all, this is going to be a first-class upgraded facility. Next slide. And what I wanted to really focus on is this slide, and that's why I was rushing through the whole thing, because the benefits of Hyperion 2035 are not just for Los Angeles. As you could see, once we're done in this program, we'll have produced 80,000 jobs during construction, 400 plus new permanent jobs. But it's also, and the key part for Los Angeles is to keep it affordable. Investing in our water infrastructure today so we can keep it affordable. But I think what's important is what Secretary Crowfoot, you guys have discussed, and so has Adele, is that our investments in Los Angeles will reduce the impacts and the pressures in the state and in other states across, as you guys were talking about, the Colorado. So I just wanted to let you know that it frees up not only water for the region and state, but it also makes us more resilient in Los Angeles. So that's, if anything I say today is, I want you to know that we are committed to investing our own resources in Los Angeles, but we also need some support from the state. And we're also asking for you to understand that this is something that we need to work collectively, that it's going to cost us on the front end, but it's going to reduce some of the pressures in the back end. Next slide. And currently, we have 2 projects underway. We're actually in the process that will be, completed by the beginning of next year. We have 2 projects. One is just basically testing out techniques so that we can better adequately get our pilot, our regulations so that we can upgrade the entire facility. And then second, we are just doing proof of concepts on the different treatment processes that we are going to explore for the facility. And we, as you see, we have our first date is 2033. It's not fast enough for any of us in Los Angeles, but for the region and for the state. So we are looking to ways with Metropolitan and Department of Water and Power to look at how we can accelerate this project, not only by looking at once the regulations come out next year, but also in funding. So part of it is to accelerate it is we just need funding to move up those dates. Next slide. And then just to say at the end, just to say thank you and to let you know that we are fully committed to working with you and understanding that we cannot be reliant on the Delta anymore because of, the unreliability of all that you all know, and you're here representing your interests. But I just want you to say that we look forward to partnering because it is, as everyone has described, an important opportunity to use this crisis to change how we manage our water for the next 50 years for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. I'm going to give myself a minute if that's okay. And it's going to be for both Adele and for you, Barbara. And again, I want to be cognizant of our time. So I was born and raised in the Central Valley, and I get it. I was raised on ag, Central Valley girl. Fast forward, I get appointed to the Delta Stewardship Council. And I get the questions and the comments on a pretty regular basis. Why are we sending our water to Southern California? And that's where the notion really came for me as somebody who was raised in California, that it's not us versus them. It is one California. And so to hear what you are doing, both with Metropolitan and with the city of Los Angeles, I just want to again acknowledge that your efforts to diversify are absolutely critical. And I learned that value of diversifying the portfolio back in 2008 when we went through that horrible economic recession. I didn't know what it meant to diversify, but boy, I'll tell you, when you put all your eggs in one basket, you learn real quick when you're a small business owner that you must diversify. And so listening to what you are doing helps me to understand and to be able to communicate to our constituencies, to our stakeholders here in Northern California, in the Central Valley, to be able to, again, have that meaningful discussion of what it means for us as a California to protect the very resource that gives us life. If we don't have water, we have no California. But a couple questions, and I want to move as quickly as possible. Adele, you mentioned a couple of things with regard to new technologies, if you will, and recognizing again that the Colorado River is, again, it's not what it was, and we're facing some real challenges there. Question is, aside from desal, what other technologies are you all exploring? And that's one. And two, what other funding mechanisms can we look at and explore? And I'm looking at this as a partner because we got to work on this together, but what all can we do? In one of our legislative visits, it was brought to my attention that a desal plant in the Delta is not exactly what they were looking for because of the environmental impacts that it's going to have. And so aside from desal, can you speak to some of the other technologies that you're looking at and exploring, and what are some of the potentials for funding?
The first thing that we should make sure is desal is a tool in the toolbox, and we're looking for innovative ideas. I've talked to folks in other places in the world that have done something more creative where they mix actually recycled water and salt water or ocean water and build what's called remix in South Africa. But the biggest thing first of all, we need to recycle our wastewater. That's in front of us. That's easy, has been done. We did it in Orange County, and we're capturing stormwater and putting it into spreading grounds to hold water when we have rain, let it release it. We have it in San Gabriel River. But we need to do more. And I'll tell you, I came from LA and I worked with Barbara in building the stormwater capture program, and starting with Proposition O, where our ratepayers tax themselves to build multi-benefit projects to capture stormwater and put it in the ground and to reuse it. We worked with the LA County to do Measure W, which is the LA County watershed measure to capture stormwater and to put it in the ground. And one of the projects, I'll give you an example, in Sun Valley in the northeastern part of the city of Los Angeles, is a project called the Rory M. Shaw Wetlands Park, where we actually, it's being done through a partnership with LA County Public Works, taking runoff from 1 million acre feet, getting it through a wetlands park that was built where a gravel pit used to be. The community there was suffering. It's a disadvantaged community, suffered from air quality, suffered from flooding. There was no flood control. Water quality in the river was impacted. By this project, what you're doing is take a runoff from 1 million acre feet, running it through a wetlands park, and building community benefit, then recharging the San Fernando aquifer to provide it for LA to use. Also, the Department of Water and Power is investing a lot of money in cleanup of our underground basins. I'm issuing an RFP for more expertise on brackish water treatment. We have a lot of groundwater in the system that has been contaminated because of salt. And is there a way we can treat that? And the issue we need to deal with is the brine. Brine management is a challenge, and we need to figure out how we do it. They did it recently, and I'll tell you, our partner, Eastern Municipal Water District, opened their third desal, inland desal project, which is for brackish water. And also our region built a pipeline to take brine from the treatment all the way to the ocean. Those are smart solutions. We have brackish water in different parts of the system. We need to continue looking at that. Lining canals, we estimate that water going down the system from the Colorado River into our region, you can lose up to 1.2 to 1.5 million acre feet because of loss, because of the canals, or evaporation because of the temperature. Smart ways of doing it. Can we cover some of the canals with solar panels to generate energy and reduce evaporation? Can we line it, some of them, to ensure that there's no water that's being lost? Every drop, I think, is worth it. So I gave the example when I saw in Bard. So what we need to continue, and I have a new office I created in my when I took over, is the Sustainability, Resiliency, Innovation Office. And we have a huge effort looking at everything we can do to ensure that we can manage the water in a smart way and not just focus on one solution. Because I think for a long time, I think our biggest issue was we relied a lot on one thing, and it was easy. It's the easy thing to do, whether it's the imported water and bringing water in. Now we need to figure out, and I've said the future is in our region is a fourth aqueduct. It's not a pipeline. It's a virtual aqueduct that is a mixture of, conservation, storage, recycling of wastewater, stormwater capture and infiltration, creating spreading grounds, and other things that we need to do across the region. I mean, this is the future. But I think recycled water and stormwater, I think management for us is probably one of the biggest things that we should push hard and continue moving forward. Once we do all that and still there is a need, we start looking at alternatives that we manage that.
Great, thank you. Barbara, a follow-up to the comment that you made, and this again hits very home for me in terms of equity. How are we going to protect, again, to make sure that those that have and those that do not have are able to, again, have a reliable water system and supply that, again, doesn't lock out people that don't have the means?
Thank you for that question. I think there's two things. We have to continue to invest in our water infrastructure now, because if we don't, then since it's not reliable, we can't rely anymore on, we have to become locally resilient. So we have to control our own destiny first. So we better manage the water. And as Adele alluded, it's the two fronts we have to invest in: the recycled water and the storm water. And we are, as a city and a county in the region, have invested money there, but we still need more. So we have to keep that up. And then also, I think in the jobs portion is an opportunity. Jobs at LA Sanitation and wastewater operators, and in the new jobs that are going to come with advanced purification are going to be good middle class paying jobs that, with some working with trade schools, working with the high schools to access those jobs, creates those opportunities. And then third, I think what we need to continue to do is remind people about the value of the water. I think in city of Los Angeles, and in many areas, we take for granted that we just turn on our water faucet, and that is a privilege. And we have to remind, as we're asking for additional resources, that added value and that investments in certain parts of the city. Because as I've talked about, is when you look at the city of Los Angeles, there's a diversity of people, but also diversity of incomes. So there's some areas in the city of Los Angeles that we have to target, where we need to, as Adele mentioned, that project, there's disadvantaged communities, certain pockets of Los Angeles that need additional water infrastructure investments than other parts of our city. So that.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. Jeff, will you introduce our next speaker?
Happy to do so. Well, like the council to welcome Robert Chang, who is the Assistant General Manager at the Coachella Valley Water District, where he served since 2013. In this role, Mr. Chang is responsible for managing CVWD's imported water supplies, including negotiations for Colorado River water and state project water. Mr. Chang is a veteran of the public water sector, where he has held various technical and management positions at the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, as well as the Long Beach Water Department. He has a strong water quality operations and water resources background. Mr. Chang is an active member in various professional and volunteer water organizations and boards, holding leadership positions in the American Water Works Association, the Delta Conveyance Finance Authority, the Delta Conveyance Authority, and the Sites Reservoir Committee. He's currently Vice President of the State Water Contractors and the Vice Chair of AWWA's Water Utility Council. Mr. Chang is a graduate from Vanderbilt University with degrees in chemical engineering and a PhD in civil engineering from UCLA. He is a California Registered Professional Engineer, Registered Professional Operator, and has California Drinking Water T5 and D5. He has also published and presented extensively on water topics, ranging from water quality and operations to utility financing. Welcome, Robert Chang, and we're very much looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you to the members of the Stewardship Council. I guess before I get too far, is my audio okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I really apologize, can't be there in person today. I'm actually in Denver with some other water leaders this week to kind of talk about national issues. But I am happy to report that we are seeing snowfall in Denver. So hopefully that is a forecast for a little bit, better hydrology, at least hopefully on the Colorado. So today, I'm very appreciative to be part of this esteemed panel to kind of give a little perspective about the uniqueness of the Coachella Valley Water District. Next, please. Coachella Valley Water District occupies a very unique position between agricultural as well as municipal water provider services. We serve 3 different counties in Southern California. You can see our service area highlighted in that little orange shape down there by the Salton Sea. We've been around for over 100 years, and we've served as de facto water resources manager for our service area. Just a few other unique aspects of our service area. We have over 110,000 accounts with a population of over 270,000. And in winter, the seasonal population could get as high as over 400,000 full and part-time residents. And we have about a $450 million budget that's administered by a 5-member board. Next, please. So our area is really a land of contrast. We have some really high topographical locations of almost 11,000 feet to below sea level. We also experience a huge swing in temperatures. If you haven't made a visit out to the Coachella Valley, I would encourage you to do so. From this time until about March or April or so is perfect. Unless you really like hot temperatures in the summer, which gets about 120 degrees. But the uniqueness of our area is that we actually get local precipitation of less than 4 inches. And I'll just let that sink in for a minute, because it's very little local runoff that we get. So with these kind of water resources, we're able to kind of sustain a pretty large economy of the different activities that you see below. Big music festival that you may all have heard about. We have a lot of golf courses that provides over $1 billion to the local economy. And of course, we have our tennis tournaments, but agricultural interests yield a pretty significant portion of our economy as well, somewhere between $750 million to $1 billion. Next, please. And none of this is possible without a reliable water supply. So I provide a little inset of our service areas, just kind of highlight the different relationships that we have with our agencies within California, certainly. And I want to call out specifically Desert Water Agency, who's our neighbor that serves Palm Springs. And then we have a very dynamic and very good relationship and long lasting with Metropolitan Water District that we share some common conveyance systems with. There's been a lot of talk about the Colorado River supplies, and this graphic is just meant to show that although our groundwater has about 39 million acre feet of storage, our natural yields are about 10,000 acre feet a year, and then we do supplement it with some recycled water. So in order to sustain this robust economy, we do depend on imported water supplies. Our first and what was considered to be the most reliable supply was the Colorado River, which after these various agreements, we get about almost 460,000 acre feet. We implemented or supplemented that with state water project supplies, and by now our contract for amounts is almost 148,000 acre feet. So you can see our total import supply is about 600,000 acre feet. But of course, I'll go on and share with you that we're not getting that much. Next, please. So I just wanted to provide this graphic to kind of show what our projected growth is. And this is done with the Urban Water Management Plan, which CVWD, like many other water agencies, have to comply with. So you can see that, we're projecting, the usage, the major usages of ag and golf in the green, municipal industrial in the sort of orange color, and the recycled water in the purple. We're projecting to grow in our water usage by about 7% over the next 25 years. And a lot of that is going to be offset by the reduction in use in the ag and golf sector to kind of supplement the municipal industrial use that we're hoping to see in terms of future growth projections. So, and the recycled water will definitely play a part in that. I think the challenge with our recycled water is that our seasonal visitors contribute heavily to those flows, but our biggest use is in the summer when we have less visitors. Next, please. So I know a lot has been talked about state water project allocations, and I think everybody in the room is certainly well aware of the challenges that the state water project has been facing. But when I put this, for our board and for the education of our consumers, this I think really highlights the dramatic shift, the reliance on the Delta water. It was about 90% reliable until essentially 2007, and then seems after the Wanger decision 2007, our reliability actually has decreased down to less than 50%. So we're learning to live with less. Next, please. I think there were some thoughtful questions about the reliability of Colorado River water. This is kind of a busy graphic, but I think it kind of highlights a lot of various actions that have been taken on the Colorado since 1990. And these are elevations in Lake Mead, and certainly a lot has been discussed. So I would like to focus our attention on the red line, which has occurred since 2013. And certainly there's been a lot of actions taken within California, the QSA, the 2007 guidelines, and then most recently the drought contingency plan, and then supplemented by the 500+ plan. And despite all those efforts, the system has been declining, as was kind of noted by a previous speaker, that the Commissioner of Reclamation has called for 2 to 4 million acre feet of cuts. And we are working very, very hard within California to come up with the 400,000 acre feet that the General Manager of Metropolitan referred to earlier. Next, please. And the future uncertainties are kind of summarized in this slide. So on the Colorado River, I'm not going to dwell too much on this, but what I want to do is show that for us, these are some real impacts. We've committed to sharing up to 24,500 acre feet of reductions that we pledged under the and committed to under the drought contingency plan. For the state water project, we're realizing real losses of almost 90,000 acre feet from what our contract for deliveries are. We're certainly very active in looking at recycling and then also water conservation, but as you all know, it's not without its challenges. The recycling projects that we've looked at, really we've encountered quite a bit of regulatory hurdles. There's a lot of competition for use, and certainly I think the cost element cannot be ignored. Next, please. So I would like to highlight a little bit of our conservation efforts, and primarily it's been focused on our groundwater use as well as our Colorado River use. So for groundwater, which is the primary use of water for our drinking water supplies, we've implemented these various actions, landscape plans and ordinances, smart controllers, tiered water rates. And for those kind of actions, they've yielded some real beneficial results of up to 1.3 million acre feet in the last 10-year period. On the Colorado River front, I would like to take a chance to acknowledge, I think, the efforts this district has done and our customers have done to kind of promote efficient water use. I would like to say that our ag use is among the most efficient in the U.S. We use less than 3.8 acre feet per acre per year. Furthermore, our customers, more than 60% of our customers have invested in drip irrigation, and we've enjoyed the benefits of that for decades. And I think for those who are not on a drip, they have good reasons for not going to that because of crop needs. I think Adele kind of talked about canal lining. CVWD has performed canal lining decades ago, and a 49-mile lining of the Coachella Canal is saving real water, up to 132,000 acre feet a year that we're transferring to other agencies. And lastly, we talk about a lot about water losses, and that's usually referred to in the municipal water space. However, I think on the ag side, I'd like to kind of highlight the fact that our system losses is less than 6%. And that's really due to a series of closed pipes, and we actually meter our waters, our water supplies. Next, please. Certainly, I think, as investors in some of the projects, import water projects, we're very sensitive to the Stewardship Council's goals. And, the message of reliable water source for California and, protecting the ecosystem, is not lost on us. In looking at the Stewardship Council's goals of cultural, recreational, natural resource, and agricultural values, I think those are similar to the ones that we have as well. We certainly have a large agricultural and recreational footprint, down where we are, and we're cognizant of, the water, where it comes from. And certainly that message is not lost on us. Next, please. So our reduced water supply challenges. So maybe if I kind of go from the left-hand side and kind of move clockwise, the supply challenges, in addition to, the limited supply on the Colorado and also on the state, I think California has to make some contributions, and we're working hard to figure out where that 400,000 acre feet is going to come from. Coachella Valley Water District is going to be an active player in that space. In addition, we have a tribal lawsuit that has been levied against us for the last 10 years between Agua Caliente tribe and the feds. We have SGMA compliance that is on us. And kind of moving on to the green circle, affordability. We have disadvantaged community issues in our service area, which ties back to the human right to water. And even without that, we're also facing regulatory impacts just from the increased pace of rulemaking, which puts great pressures on all of us. Going down to the orange circle, these create economic impacts on tourism, on agricultural, which, if not managed, could result in job losses. So what are we doing to kind of, help balance that out? Well, we're investing in water supply reliability. We're looking at kind of shoring up the aging infrastructure on the imports. We're definitely looking for opportunities to increase recycling, and we're looking to get, more conservation performed both on the ag side and also on the groundwater use side in the Coachella Valley. Next, please. So I'd like to just take a moment to kind of highlight, our efforts on disadvantaged communities in the Eastern Coachella Valley. And, some of these graphics on the right-hand side, shows one of our board members who's very active in those efforts, and our director of engineering who's supporting those efforts. So the little graphic on the left-hand side just kind of shows under SB 535, the disadvantaged communities bill. It highlights the upper region of where the Salton Sea is as definitely identifying, our service area as disadvantaged communities. We've identified 83 small water systems that are suffering from either lack of connection or water quality issues, and primarily due to arsenic. We didn't have identified $72 million that's needed in funding. However, as you all know, sometimes system consolidation is easy to talk about, but it's very difficult to execute. And I think we're also facing against the barriers that's put in front of us, through Proposition 218, which prevent ratepayer funding for these. So we're actively looking for grants. I think the issue, maybe just to steal from the Stewardship Council's goals, co-equal goal concept. So the co-equal goal of human right to safe water and affordability really, for us, depend on sufficient and reliable water supply, as well as adequate funding. Next, please. So just talk a little bit about our economy. Our tourism is by far one of the biggest economic engines for the area. The 14.1 million visitors pre-pandemic creates 53,000 jobs, which results in $7.5 billion in revenues, which eclipse the agricultural economy, which is about $1 billion, but supplies 12,000 jobs. The pressures on water resource, certainly directly threats the economy, but I think on a bigger level, there's an implication on national food security as well. So we're very sensitive in balancing the goals of meeting the various water needs for water. Next, please. And to kind of close out, and thank you for the opportunity to kind of highlight some of Coachella Valley's unique challenges. The lack of local participation, drove the need for CVWD's supply diversification. We could have depended solely on our groundwater resources, but I think the founders of the district, had a vision saying that, if we overdraft on the groundwater aquifers, and this is well before Sigma ever came along, they recognize the need to augment. We have had some successes with municipal and agricultural use, but not to say that we should rely on our past successes, and we're looking for opportunities right now to provide even more. However, I think imports will still be a component in the continued vitality of our valley, and we're continuing to pursue local reliability, but while keeping the issue of affordability in mind. So with that, I will close my discussion, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present some of our challenges.
Thank you, Robert, for that presentation. Questions from the council?
Chair Madueño, I did have a question.
Excellent. Yes, Councilmember Zingali.
Yes, first, Mr. Chang, thank you for your participation and all that information, and for the work you and your customers, or the effort you're making down there. I was really resonating with your description of the Coachella Valley as a land of contrast, because the last time I was there, I had a kind of a strange day that started at a conference at one of the very privileged private clubs, where there seemed like there was water everywhere and recreational use of water. And a few hours later, I was in a community that was seriously suffering from water insecurity, families who didn't have water for their kids to brush their teeth in the morning, to wash their dishes, to bathe. And I appreciate the challenge that you and all of you, Odell, Ms. Romero, face on this equity front, particularly as you point out, when you have laws that don't allow you to use ratepayer money to address these things. But is there anything more you all can do, or we can do, that will just avoid this situation of water insecurity for the already marginalized communities? I think despite all our best efforts and your best efforts, this climate crisis is bringing with it sacrifice and hardship. And what are you doing? What can we do to better ensure that that sacrifice and hardship is not falling disproportionately on communities who are already marginalized?
Well, thank you, Mr. Zingali, and thank you for visiting the Coachella Valley to kind of see the challenges that we are faced with. I think the disadvantaged communities issue has been something that we've struggled with, quite frankly. I think we realized the value of bringing and hooking them up to our system, and in cases where we can, we have tried to do so with grant funding. So I think my first appeal is to find some opportunities where we can use non-rate payer funding, because as you know, one of the challenges for public water agencies such as ours is there's a lot of public attention on where the money goes, and we've had several lawsuits, kind of challenges on where we're spending our money. So that's definitely a very visible. I think we're trying very hard to work within the legal context, but still recognizing that there is a real need. So I appreciate the question. I would definitely give it some more thought on what more can be done outside some wholesale legislative fix. But I would say right now, we're trying to work within the constraints. We're trying to take these opportunities. And, quite frankly, sometimes these communities, they have a need, but I think there's also, how should I say it? I think a lack of trust, with public agencies. I'll say, they want to kind of rely on their own. They rather rely on bottled water. They don't see the value. So I think, there's certainly opportunities for, outreach, as well, and education.
Yes, and how do we earn back that trust? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Barbara Romero. Thank you for that question. One of the things that we're doing in our region is, as one of the LA County water measures, Measure W, we included in that measure some criteria that included community benefits for certain disadvantaged communities. So looking at it, so creating a competitive program that looks at those communities that lack water infrastructure like flooding, and addressing not only I guess it would be that addressing multiple benefits as we do water infrastructure improvements, then we can make sure that the resources are being focused in those communities. So that is one thing that we went out to the public to do that. And now that we are identifying projects, they're more competitive when they're in those disadvantaged communities addressing multiple benefits.
Thank you, Barbara.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Lee.
Hi, I know that there's been a lot of community outreach and culture change regarding the conservation efforts for water, and we've talked a lot about increasing storage and technology improvements for increasing our capacity. I'd like to hear just a little bit more about how we're addressing some of the conservation efforts with folks that may be getting sensationalized in the news about being water abusers. I know tiered rates are one way to kind of try to control that, but how else do you think we can be addressing, the water, what we would consider water abusers, to be held accountable and to reduce the inequities that we see between some of these disadvantaged communities and rich people that may be paying higher water costs, but not caring about the conservation of it?
I mean, this is Adele. I'll just tell you, it's for us in recently, the emergency action we did on conservation that we enacted in April and put into effect in June did an allocation to member agencies with a penalty if they exceed their allocation. So within their service area, they had to manage that, and a lot of unhappy people that can't afford water. They can pay as much as you want, but there's no water to buy. And they took some drastic action, especially like Las Virgenes and Callejas. I think, to me, it's we need to figure something out, and we're looking in Metropolitan as the business model of Metropolitan, where we need to look into. There's a lot of tier structure at the local level, but we have not done something at the wholesale level where we can do a similar tier structure. Where I think we need to, as we build resiliency in the system, it should not be on the back of the smaller communities who are doing the right thing in conservation, especially non-disadvantaged communities. The cost should be inversely proportional to who's using the water, because I think this biggest problem we see is when you conserve and you reduce your consumption, your water cost is not going down. And that people struggle with that. And I think this is something that we need to figure something out. So we're working through a whole business model review in Metropolitan that we may have to shift something to incentivize conservation, and then build the cost of this larger cost of new water that we're creating on the backs of people who are higher users. So I know Prop 26 and Prop 218 gets in the way on a lot of things, but we need to be creative I know, we've talked to a lot of folks about it, and I think we need to find ways. Just on the issue with the incentives, for example, we struggled focusing a incentive program for disadvantaged communities. This cannot be done. However, we were smart enough to find out, okay, the largest area that have not taken advantage of rebates are apartment buildings in older communities, disadvantaged communities. So we decided that we need to focus it on apartment buildings, multi-benefit buildings. We didn't say disadvantaged communities, we said apartment buildings. And I tell you, it's amazing when you put toilet rebates, the landlords that some of them do not want to spend the money to do the right thing, took advantage of it. And these rebates that we're putting out were taken within an hour or two. So it's helping us. The other thing that I know Barbara talked about it, I believe in it too. Our board 2 weeks ago adopted the largest project labor agreement with the unions. We will be building projects utilizing local hires. 60% of the workforce into our projects will be local hires. 15% will be from at-risk hires, people that either veterans coming back to work or people who basically need a second chance in life. And I think that's going to help communities investing in. And then we have this partnership on apprenticeship program, pre-apprenticeship program, training, and working with the labor partners on taking advantage of over 35 work resource and training centers. And I think that's going to be where we help people and figure out how we can do it. But I think we need to figure out around this, the Prop 218, Prop 26, I think sometimes gets in the way. We need to be creative how we work around it in a fair way. So this is the biggest challenge. I tell my board and everyone is we're facing resiliency investments. At the same time, we can't bankrupt people who cannot afford it. So we need to figure out creative ways. And any ideas we have, we're going to be looking for creative ideas as part of our business model review. And hopefully we can put some things on the table that can achieve both.
I think in Los Angeles, Department of Water and Power does the tiered rate approach. And then also, as Adele alluded to it, is doing rebate programs that are targeted for renters as a vehicle to do that. I think as we're doing more investments, I think in water infrastructure, we need to leverage resources. That's why our partnership, we're dealing with the wastewater, leveraging our existing resources like we're doing at Hyperion, and then having Department of Water and Power partner with us so that our investments, go a longer way.
Absolutely. Councilmember Natoli.
Yes, I just a question for Mr. Chang, and thank you, Robert, for your presentation along with our presenters. I guess I'm kind of curious, and certainly I understand the value of tourism and recreation. Obviously, it's important to the Delta. Water obviously is a key part of that. But as you noted, that there's 120 golf courses and generates, I think, from your chart, 1.3 billion to the local economy. I guess I'm curious though, because you pointed out how efficient agriculture had been in making good use of the water. But I'm curious about golf courses. What has been implemented as relates to that? Because, and I also would like to kind of know the split between what is the Delta water, obviously, that's used for irrigation on golf courses, but also that the split between that and agriculture in your service area. What measures have been implemented as relates to turf and the amount of water that's used on golf courses? Again, I don't undervalue, as I said, the importance of that to recreation and tourism and to local economies, but I'm curious because the picture wasn't real clear to me from the charts that you put forward.
Thank you, Mr. Natoli, for that question. I guess maybe what I should do is clarify first that we really don't get any state water project in our service area. We have a longstanding exchange agreement with Metropolitan because we physically don't have the infrastructure, to bring state water project into our service area. So Coachella and then Metropolitan are the two agencies in the state of California that have access to both state as well as Colorado River water. Okay. So, but to your point, the water that's exchanged for the Colorado River does service, I think, the west side of our service area. I think early on, for history that I don't quite remember, Colorado River water, our Colorado River allotment didn't make it quite all the way to the west end of the valley, where Palm Springs, Cathedral City, et cetera, are. So yes, the golf courses are a big part of our economy. It's received a lot of attention. I don't quite remember, the split. I would say agricultural use is the majority. I would say that, out of our 330,000 acre feet of Colorado River allotment, we use, somewhere in the neighborhood of 250 to 270,000 acre feet, for agricultural usages. So what have we done, for the golf courses? We've been engaged very actively with them through a consortium called the Golf and Water Task Force. While we recognize, the strength of this particular segment, plays in our local economy, we also understand having so many golf courses, naturally makes the attention kind of focused on that. We've been trying to encourage them, through the rebate program on turf. And, certainly I think under the recently released details of the Inflation Reduction Act, which maybe was talked about, for help on the Colorado River of $4 billion. We're looking for opportunities, perhaps access, some of those funding to kind of even encourage more turf removal. These are, difficult conversations that we've had with the industry. They obviously hold a lot of sway over the local economy. But I think, really, the way that we're approaching this is, let's work together and figure out, okay, how we can actually, bring, down the water use, on the golf courses, but make them still appealing, to the residents who live there, and to the, some of the clubs that, sort of has this expectation of, lush, landscaping on the, on the courses.
Okay.
Hopefully that, addresses a bit of your question.
But and that helps. And I understand, again, I can appreciate certainly the difficulty. And I think to some of the questions asked earlier about equity, and certainly for purposes of potable water for drinking. And I think, Member Zingali, made reference of specific experience where folks have, limited, and there may be the trust factor. But I do think that that's going to be an important conversation, again, certainly in our state. And I think to Chairman Dueño's point, and what Ms. Romero and what Adele both pointed to is, if you're looking at one water, again, recognizing that recreation and outlets for good, wholesome activities outside are important, and certainly were highlighted during the pandemic. I would just say that as we look to farmers elsewhere in California to repurpose or fallow their land, as we look at shortages, maybe historical in certain areas of our state and across our regions, I guess this is an important conversation that needs to be had. And again, it may be difficult, but there's a lot of difficult conversations that's been referenced by our panelists here, and certainly this council and its staff is aware of that. And so I guess I would just encourage us, again, this isn't, pointing to Coachella Valley or necessarily to, Desert, Palm Springs, or any place else. But I think that if we're looking at a changed environment and reductions that are going to be taken, throughout the state, but also looking at equity and certainly the importance of agriculture, recreation, the environment, and certainly all of our municipal and industrial users up and down the state that rely either on surface water, recycled water, groundwater, whatever it might be, whatever the source, it's all water. And if we're looking at being one, I think that's a conversation that's going to need to continue to be had. And I can appreciate people's desire to have, good playable, green courses. On the other hand, people are giving up in their yards, they're giving up in their parks, they're giving up in their cemeteries. You look at it statewide, and then, and the sacrifices are being made. I think it needs to be a conversation, again, irrespective of who it is we're talking to or with, that needs to continue to be had, because otherwise I think it continues to, become a highlight between, the have and have nots, particularly, potentially. And so all that being said, again, I appreciate the work that your district's doing. I thank our panelists. It's been very illuminating here this morning, and I know a lot of thought went into your presentation and to the work that you're doing daily. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Natoli. I just want to acknowledge the comments that you just made. You know, I highlighted in my notes 83 small water systems identified with water quality issues, high concentrations of nitrates. And I have highlighted the ag economy and the golf economy of the Coachella Valley. And Mr. Chang, I recognize that there's, to Councilmember Natoli's point, we do need, obviously, to have those very difficult conversations. But for me, it's not difficult to say that we're going to stand again on the issue of small water systems and making sure that they are getting their due process above, again, some of these more, I guess, I get it, the economy and tourism. I totally get it. But we all need to work within the context of how are we going to make it, again, an equitable playing field for all and not just for those that can. And so I think, again, I want to highlight your comments. I think they were incredibly important to recognize. And again, as we have these conversations, not just here in Northern California and Southern California, and again, from where I am in the Central Valley, we have to be able to address these very difficult conversations. And to your point, Councilmember Lee, I really appreciated you asking that question. You know, how are we going to deal with those that refuse or don't actively participate on the conservation side, but because they have the means, are able to abuse, again, of a system that is not quite in sync with how we all would like to see it evolve. Any other questions?
Virginia, could I just jump into
Absolutely, Councilmember Sigali.
support your point on that? And, you know, I was thinking the same thing when Councilmember Lee asked the question, how important that is, because, and I know y'all on the panel all know this, but the damage those high profile water abusers are doing to your goal and our goal of having one conversation and one effort, one California around one water, it's greater than the damage they're doing by whatever water they're wasting. It makes it very difficult to have the conversation here in a way that's constructive. So I'm glad to hear you're thinking creatively, including punitive action, because I think as long as that casts a shadow over all the good efforts we see you and your customers are making, it's going to make it more difficult in an already challenging situation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Zingali. Again, to Ms. Barbara Romero, Adele, Robert Chang, thank you so very much for what I consider just an amazing presentation and the ability, obviously, to hear firsthand what it is that you're doing, the challenges that you're facing, but the challenges we are all facing together. Your comments are absolutely well appreciated and very well accepted. And we look forward to this being, again, just the start, if not the beginning of many more conversations as we go down this path. So thank you all and safe travels on your way back.
And we invite you to come down to Southern California one day and hold your council meeting in. Would love to have you and host you and have you conduct a tour to show you some of the things we're doing. And this is a partnership on behalf of Barbara, myself, and I know Robert. We'd love to have you down, and because I think the message you made, I want to just build on it. It's all, we're all one California, one water. We're all in this together, and no one is left behind. And this is a commitment that we all have. I have a commitment from Metropolitan to do that, and taking care of our communities. I mean, just I want to add to one example. You said the communities, especially disadvantaged communities that rely on groundwater, we have a huge responsibility to make sure that their groundwater continues to be viable. With PFAS contamination, all these issues, if they lose that system, what happens? They have to go back to imported water. So we're working really hard. The communities in Orange County, for example, in my community, Fullerton, Santa Ana and different places, new systems were put in place to put them back on groundwater that they lost because of PFAS. There's some communities in our central Los Angeles are facing the same thing. And I believe larger agencies like us in Metropolitan, like many of the 26 member agencies, like Los Angeles, we should actually embrace the smaller agencies and help them technically, operationally, financially, figure out how we do it. They have a hard time applying for grants because they don't have the staff. They have only one operator, and if the operator is sick, I want to be able to create this collaborative approach that larger agencies can step in and provide this assistance, because everything is at stake. And I believe, and I want your help, and we all should be working hard on how we can ensure that there is this collaborative relationship, that we are actually not taking over smaller agencies, but actually being a resource for them and helping them succeed. And this is a commitment I have, this commitment we all have, and I'm continuing to work. As you know, Metropolitan for the first time created a committee, a board standing committee for disadvantaged communities. And that's because we believe strongly that we should make sure that we're moving forward, creating a resilient future with no one left behind. And I think this is, to me, I was so blessed to hear you all speak that, and we want to be a partner with you across the entire state on this issue.
Thank you so very much. And we will take your offer.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Are we going to, it's been, I think, 3 or 4 years ago that we had a meeting in Los Angeles. Are we planning on something?
Yes, we are. Great point, Councilmember Damrell. When I went out to visit both with Ms. Romero and with Mark Pistrella with LA County, that was one of the conversations that we had was, could we possibly have a meeting down in Southern California and actually maybe make it a 2-day meeting where we could actually do a tour and actually take a look at some of the investments and projects that they have actually implemented. And I think we all are in agreement. Yes, we want to, and we will have a concerted effort to move in that direction, hopefully in 2023. So again, thank you so very much. Appreciate the opportunity and look forward to having many more discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. That concludes. I'm sorry, we have public comment.
Yes, we have Aaron Woolley.
Aaron, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on this item. My name is Erin Woolley. I'm a policy advocate with Sierra Club California, and I'm commenting today on behalf of our more than 500,000 members and supporters statewide. I want to thank the council, staff, and presenters today for sharing examples of the efforts that have been undertaken to encourage water conservation and advance the policy California adopted in the Delta Reform Act to increase regional water resilience and reduce reliance on the Delta for California's future water supplies. The San Francisco Bay Delta is in an ecological crisis. Several of the panelists today discussed changes we've experienced in recent years in precipitation, runoff, and temperature in the Bay Delta tributaries. Increasing aridity coupled with unsustainable water diversions have had significant impacts on water quality, temperature, and other conditions that threaten the survival of threatened and endangered species and community water supplies. As noted earlier this morning, these factors have been identified as contributing to further decline of Chinook salmon and longfin smelt, among other species in recent years. Restoring the health of the Bay Delta estuary requires California to reduce exports and increase flows through the Delta. The governor's water supply strategy includes many items that Sierra Club California has been advocating for to improve regional resilience of water supplies and contribute to a goal of reducing reliance on Delta flows. These include additional investment in environmentally beneficial water supply projects, such as water conservation, improved efficiency, water recycling, and stormwater capture. I also appreciate efforts to prioritize a reduced reliance on the Bay Delta by water agencies in accordance with the co-equal goals of the Delta Reform Act. Efforts to advance the Delta Reform Act must be reflected in all actions taken and projects supported by the state and water agencies. We remain concerned that the state and participating water agencies continue to promote and fund new water storage and infrastructure projects that are premised on increasing rather than reducing reliance on the San Francisco Bay Delta. The Delta Conveyance Project and the site's reservoir project will not provide new water, but will divert additional flows from the Bay Delta to the detriment of California's rivers, streams, aquatic species, and communities. Likewise, the voluntary agreement framework does not adequately protect or restore the Delta ecosystem. These agreements have been developed outside of a public or transparent process, and the most recent proposal does not provide permanent flow protection sufficient to meet the needs identified by the State Water Resources Control Board in the Bay Delta Plan update. Sierra Club California has consistently urged the state to prioritize local, sustainable water solutions over these projects that threaten to increase diversions from the Delta at great risk to the estuary and contrary to the goals of the Delta Reform Act. California can achieve water resilience and reduce reliance on Delta exports for fresh water by pursuing water conservation, recycling, stormwater capture projects. And I urge the state and water agencies to prioritize the Delta Reform Act's goal of reducing reliance on the Delta and ensure that all water projects and investments they pursue advance that goal. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment today.
Welcome back. We took a lunch break. Again, this is the convening of the Delta Stewardship Council meeting. We will now move on to item number 10, consideration and possible adoption of amendments to the council's administrative procedures governing appeals. And for that, I will introduce our executive officer, Ms. Jessica Pearson.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Continuing from our workshop on the appeals procedures last month, council staff has considered comments received and is ready to present draft amendments to the council's administrative procedures governing appeals for the council's consideration for adoption. I'm about to pass it over to Jeff Henderson, our Deputy Executive Officer for Planning and Performance, to walk us through those proposed amendments. But I did want to note that we have received several comment letters over the past 24 hours. So you have copies of those in front of you. There are also copies on the table, and then we're in the process of posting them online as well. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jeff and to Eva Bush.
Thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon, council members. I'm happy to be here to present on the draft amendments to the administrative procedures governing appeals, which in shorthand we will refer to as the appeals procedures. Next slide, please. So just again, by way of background, appeals are one of the components of the council's regulatory authority, and they apply to covered actions. And again, by way of review, a covered action is a project that meets certain criteria that occur, a discretionary project that meets certain criteria that occurs within the Delta. A certifying agency, so a state or local public agency, determines whether a proposed project is a covered action. And if that project is a covered action, they're required to submit a certification of consistency describing how that project is or is not consistent with each of the Delta Plan's established regulatory policies. We make a checklist available on the council's website to help project proponents identify whether or not those projects are covered actions. And we also have a thorough early consultation process where we meet with state and local public agency representatives to address both potential covered action status as well as potential consistency with the Delta Plan. At that point, those agencies submit to us a certification of consistency through our online covered actions portal. And that certification of consistency is required to be accompanied by detailed findings that describe the consistency with the Delta Plan as it pertains to those adopted regulations. Then there is an appeal process that's outlined in the Water Code, under which any person may file an appeal of a certification of consistency, but must do so no later than 30 days after the submission of the certification of consistency to the council. The council's role then is to hear the appeal and make findings, either denying the appeal or remanding the matter, or essentially sending the matter back to the certifying agency for reconsideration of certain aspects of the project. And ultimately, the council's appeal process is undertaken under what's known as the substantial evidence standard of review. And that standard of review does give significant deference to the certifying agency and a presumption of validity of the certification unless there is not evidence to support that validity. Next slide. So by way of background, we evaluated these appeals procedures actually as part of the 5-year review of the Delta Plan that we conducted in 2019. And as part of that, we took into account the experience of having processed a number of appeals to that point and some lessons learned regarding what works well in the procedures and what could benefit from adjustments. And so on December 10th of 2021, the council staff prior to that point had spent a considerable amount of time identifying potential revisions to the procedures, and we released in December of 2021 a draft of potential amendments for a 90-day public review period, which we wrapped on March 7th of 2022. During that time, we received 7 comment letters that identified a range of issues and concerns. You'll recall at our September meeting, we walked through a number of those issues and described the nature of the comments. And you also had an opportunity to hear from several folks regarding their potential concerns and comments concerning the procedures. At the end of that meeting, the council directed staff to complete revisions to the appeals procedures in consideration of comments that were received, and then release those for public review prior to bringing the item back to the council for consideration, which we are doing today. And if you could advance 2 slides, please. On October 13th, so earlier this month, council staff also released revised draft amendments to the appeals procedures, which we're referring to as our October 2022 draft for public review. And those revisions are in consideration of the comments originally received in writing, additional comments and discussion at the council meeting in September, and then ultimately that formed the basis for these October 2022 amendments. The council today will have the opportunity to receive a presentation from staff regarding those October 2022 amendments, as well as another opportunity to hear public comments regarding the revised draft amendments. For today's meeting, our staff recommendation to the council is to adopt a resolution that's incorporated into your packet. Resolution 2022-07 titled Amendments to Administrative Procedures Governing Appeals. That would approve and adopt the proposed amendments to the 2010 procedures and would make them effective as of November 1st of 2022. And this is anticipating we'll have some discussion today regarding the content of the appeals procedures. And so we would also ask for any clarifications or adjustments to those procedures that the council so directs as part of that resolution. Next slide, please. So these administrative procedures governing appeals are essentially, we kind of describe them as the rules of the road for the appeals process. There are currently 31 of those rules embedded in the procedures. And the current procedures were adopted originally by the council in 2010. And again, just for background, this was prior to establishment of the Delta Plan, prior to adoption of any of the regulations that covered actions need to comply with, prior to the council receiving any covered action, let alone an appeal. So the 2010 procedures actually, I feel have served the council well, but they were definitely conceived at a point in time lacking the experience of having worked through the appeals process. It's also important to note that the Reform Act exempts the appeals procedures from the standard administrative procedure rulemaking process that state agencies undergo when adopting regulations. So adopting these procedures is the sole discretion of the council, independent of review by the under the Administrative Procedures Act. And then again, conducting the past appeals proceedings highlighted a number of areas where we felt the 2010 procedures could be improved upon and addressed that as part of the 2019 5-year review. Next slide, please. So I'm going to take a moment and identify a few of the key issues that were a part of the revisions in the October 2022 draft. And we're going to follow the same course of outline of the issues that we conducted in September. So the first of these issues concerns the role of the Delta Protection Commission in the appeals process. And by way of background, the current appeals procedures establish that the commission may testify before the council concerning an appeal. The revised October 2022 appeals procedures propose a new rule, and we've labeled this rule number 11.1, that would clearly outline the commission's role in an appeal. First, the commission may provide a written submission to the council commenting on issues raised by an appellant in an appeal and whether the certification of consistency for the proposed covered action is supported by substantial evidence in the record before the certifying agency. I would point out that that is the same standard the council employs when looking at covered actions on appeal. Second, the commission may further make an oral presentation to the council regarding issues raised by an appellant in an appeal at the time and date of the hearing on the appeal. And then third, and I'll highlight a distinction here that you'll see on the slide in blue. The current version of the appeals procedures that we circulated earlier this month reads, the council shall consider the commission's comments and presentation regarding issues raised by an appellant in an appeal as those of an expert in matters that may affect the unique cultural, recreational, and agricultural values of the Delta when the council prepares, considers, and adopts its findings. We've gotten a lot of comments regarding this particular matter and really feel that changing the shall to may further underscores the council's discretion in considering those in considering that information as it affects these matters. And so as in terms of an initial approach, staff is recommending a change from shall to may as part of what we're proposing as in these appeals procedures.
Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes.
On that discrete point. So there's a lot of difference between shall and may. And again, I'm not a legal expert, that's probably Jorge and others, but and I know, again, you're going to get into some of the other discussion and certainly correspondence, but I guess I need to have a further understanding as to how, if you kept with the shall, how does that compromise the role of this council in considering what the commission brings forward under obviously the structure that's now being proposed versus the may? I mean, even with shall, it's still a discretion to this council to make the decision, but we're saying shall consider versus may consider. So I guess I pointed out, I don't want to interrupt the flow here, but I just, that's a significant word change. And not that everything hangs on one word, but that's a big change from what was proposed even, I guess, a month ago. So I guess, I don't know, Jorge or Jeff, I guess, you've offered some explanation, but I guess I'm curious.
Yeah, I think the goal there was to clarify because the word expert had created some confusion in what that meant and what role an expert played in the proceeding. So Jorge, I don't know if you want to speak to this now.
The intent was always to make these rules reflect the
microphone, Jorge.
Oh, sorry. Let me start again. The intent of the rules were always to emphasize the discretion of the council. So like that that the DPC has an opportunity to comment, but that it's always going to be up to the discretion of the council what they do with those comments. And just given some of the feedback, I think there was a misunderstanding with the use of the word shall insofar as the term expert, when what we really meant was the comments, like, that we're going to consider these comments and in the context of an agency with expertise whenever the DPC provides these comments. So in order to clarify, we the recommendation is to use word may to make it very clear that in every instance, it's always going to be subject to the discretion of the council, that it's not mandatory, that there's like an expert designation. So that's as opposed to the comments being considered.
So is the commission, because again, I don't recall the word expert being, that's certainly a term of law and it's critical to an appeals process, but is in statute, is the DPC called out as being the expert?
It is not.
It's not. So I guess I would be maybe less concerned about that word than I would be about not making sure that there's emphasis to what the commission would bring forward. Again, I speak obviously on behalf of the commission, and there's correspondence. I don't want to get ahead of the presentation, but it just seems to me if expert is the kind of the pivotal word by which then you've gone to a may, understanding the council's role, I guess I'm a little, puzzled, maybe I don't say troubled, but puzzled by that, because again, it's still going to be for the council to consider whether you shall consider it or may consider it.
Sure.
But the definition of expert, if that was what, was kind of driving the change, then if you, again, I don't know if there's another word besides expert. I mean, there may be expertise, but I don't know that they're experts.
I think the understanding was agency expertise. So as opposed to the legal definition of expert as you would find.
Okay.
So and ultimately the desire was to retain the discretion of the council, to make it clear that it's not like in every instance that we must consider them as experts, because that wasn't the intent. But that when the comments are provided, that the council will always have the discretion to decide what they were, in recognition that the commission has agency expertise. They have a certain knowledge of these parameters of the Delta, which is, particularly the unique cultural values,
right,
all the matters that make Delta's place.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the explanation, that point.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, our intent in crafting this rule was to put on paper what we're doing in practice, which we feel very strongly, we invite and want the perspectives absolutely of the commission on these matters. And we do see the commission as having that sort of agency expertise with regard to these matters. And when we analyze these issues and present them in the council's findings, we state the facts that are the basis of the appeal. We state the position of the appellants. We state the position of the certifying agency on these matters. We also state the contributions and opinions and comments of the commission. And then we take all of that in totality and in with discretion in reaching our findings.
And I would,
I'm just trying to kind of help in terms of.
well, it does,
where
Jeff.
this was coming
Yeah.
from.
And I would just say that it's in providing clarification or putting into words what is come to be the practice in the appeals. I think the at least the counter consideration is no diminution of the role of the commission, whether it's in statute or in practice. And I think that's, as I've read the correspondence and certainly have, been a part of the commission structure for a number of years and obviously serve on the council. I think that's been a concern about not just the role, but how that expertise or agency expert is then considered, particularly in matter of appeals, which obviously aren't frequent, but they're important, and they have a whole structure to them that has legal guidance and certainly embedded in law, but also then how we apply that here. So again, that's certainly the basis for some of the concerns that have been expressed, to me, but shared obviously in some of the correspondence, is that somehow there's a diminishment of the role of the commission by virtue of what we're, being considering today. And so I think I appreciate your explanation too, Jeff, but I just wanted to offer some explanation as to why the questioning, just even on the word change itself. So.
Yeah, this is Daniel. I don't want to belabor the wordsmithing, but I had a similar question, and I'm still trying to understand if we stuck with shall. I was comfortable with both terms, shall and expert. So if we stuck with that, is there any risk that in the appeals process, someone could allege that we were supposed to regard them as experts, but we didn't? Does it change in any qualitative way the discretion of the council, or are we really just here talking about perception?
It is in part, excuse me if I may respond. It is in part really perception, because in our view, we don't want to step outside the powers and the authorities that are provided to the council. And I don't think that we can change that by regulation. The response was just only in concern to what we heard is we thought there might be confusion with the weird shall, that it was pretty heavy handed. A lot of people see that as a mandatory thing. And we really wanted to make it clear to the extent possible that at the end of the day, it's the members of the council that enjoy the discretion in deciding these matters.
Thank you. Yeah, that's helpful to me, Jorge. And again, I didn't see it. I don't see it as heavy-handed. I actually just saw it as a measure of respect, consistent with the way we act. Like we do respect the expertise of the agency. So to me, shall was fine, but that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thanks, Daniel.
Let's continue. Next slide. This is the one that begins with burden of proof. So a second issue that we considered and addressed in these revisions concerns the burden of proof and standard of review as it applies to an appeal. And the December 2021 draft amendments stated that the council standard of review in an appeal is substantial evidence pursuant to Water Code Section 85225.25. We got a series of comments from a variety of perspectives, generally claiming that the draft amendments misstated the standard of review and would inappropriately place the burden of proof in an appeal on an appellant to show that the certification of consistency is not supported by substantial evidence in the record. Our December 2021 draft amendments affirmatively state that burden of proof does lie with the appellant. And at this point, we are, understanding of the comments, but also evaluating this from a policy and legal perspective. No substantive edits in addition are proposed in response to these comments in the October 2022 draft, and the burden of proof in these matters, which is consistent with existing law and case law, does lie with the appellant. And so for that reason, we're not suggesting any additional changes in response to comments on burden of proof and standard of review. Next slide, please. So the next issue concerns certifications, early consultation, and appeals of remanded issues. Our current procedures do not address what happens in the case where the council remands a project or a portion of a project, and that project comes back to the council on a second certification with potential for appeal. So that's something that we sought to remedy in this October 2022 draft, and was actually also driven by a number of comments that we received requesting that the council address that condition in the revised appeals amendments or the revised appeals procedures. And so the October 2022 draft proposes another additional new rule, 15.1, that specifies that any appeal of a revised certification of consistency that follows a remand is limited to two instances. One, an alleged failure to address each of the council's findings on the remanded issues, or two, issues resulting from material changes to the covered action. Again, I would characterize this in part as an instance of us putting on paper what we're doing in practice, in the sense that is how we practiced and addressed the Lookout Slough appeal matter. Additional clarifications that we offer as part of that rule also provide that no person shall raise new grounds for appeal that were not raised in a prior appeal, nor reassert grounds that were raised or were rejected by the council. So this, I believe that the legal term is res judicata, in the sense of once the council's heard a matter and decided on that matter, that decision, essentially that decision is final unless there are material changes to the condition of the project. So that's a summary of proposed rule 15.1. Next slide, please. We also received some comments concerning early consultation practices following a remand. Our current practice with regard to early consultation is to rely on the certifying agency to determine the parties that they bring into early consultation discussions with the council. And we did receive comments requesting that the council create a particular role for the public and for previous appellants in early consultation in the particular case where that early consultation follows a remand. And for a variety of reasons, we're not proposing substantive edits in response to these comments in the October 2022 draft. The primary reason for that being the ability to, that our charge with regard to early consultation is to assist the agencies with regard to documenting their consistency with the Delta plan. And there could be essentially a bit of a chilling effect if all of a sudden that process is opened to a point where the conversation is not moving in that direction. So that's the primary reason that we're proposing no additional substantive edits to these particular rules. Next slide, please. We also received a series of comments concerning public notice requirements for draft certifications of consistency. By way of background, the existing appeals procedures include a 10-day posting requirement for agencies that are not subject to the Brown Act or Bagley-Keene public meeting requirements. Those agencies are required to make a draft certification of consistency available on their website for public review and comment for a period of at least 10 days prior to submitting that certification to the council. Our current procedures further advise that those agencies provide notice of the posting to all persons requesting notice. We did receive some comments requesting extension of this time period to 30 or 45 days, and as well as identifying specific entities that should be provided notice of posting, particular organizations or agencies or parties that should receive such notice. We feel that the latter part of that is covered under the all persons requesting notice aspect of the provisions. And out of the 10-day posting requirement is a little tricky because that is meant to mirror that of the Brown Act and Bagley-Keene, and putting that 30 to 45 day posting requirement on agencies that are not subject to the Brown Act or Bagley-Keene would create a fairness issue. And so for a variety of reasons there, we are proposing to stay with the 10-day posting requirement, and no substantive edits are proposed in response to these comments in the October 2022 draft. Next slide, please. We also received a number of comments concerning the contents of an appeal, and the December 2021 draft amendments identified the specific contents that must be included in an appeal, including identification of each Delta plan policy appealed with the specific provisions of that policy that are the subject of the appeal. We got a lot of comments on these particular proposed changes, essentially stating that they created a bit of confusion and needed to really be simplified. We took a hard look at this, which is a component of Rule 6 of the procedures, and have proposed some fairly extensive modifications to Rule 6 with the intent of simplifying the content of what must be included in an appeal, placing emphasis on the required statement of factual allegations, and the requirement, or the statement of factual allegations and the explanation that's required regarding how the claimed inconsistency would have a significant adverse effect on one or both of the co-equal goals or a government-sponsored flood control program. So the Rule 6 provisions that were, the Rule 6 revisions that were introduced in December have been substantially reworked in the October draft, again with the intention of clarifying and making, essentially simplifying the list of requirements that's necessary to be submitted with an appeal. Next slide, please. Evidentiary requests is the next key issue, and rules 10 and 29 of our current procedures identify essentially the rules for supplementing the record that was originally submitted by the certifying agency, including requests for official notice that are a part of Rule 29. Our December 2021 draft revisions included some language that was intended to clarify what's required to be submitted with requests for the council to supplement the record and to address the scope of what consists of as the record before the agency. And in terms of rules 10 and 29, there have been a lot of comments that have been submitted concerning, for example, what the council should do regarding additional records that are submitted as part of rules 10 and 29. And for a variety of reasons, there are no further edits that are proposed in response to the comments on this matter, other than the changes that were suggested as part of the December 2021 draft. Next slide, please. Hearing presentations and public comments is our next issue. And the December 2021 draft amendments stated that parties and the Delta Protection Commission may make presentations and that all other persons may make written comments. The proposed revisions also provided that the order and the timing of presentations would be specified in the applicable notice that the council issues for each hearing. We got a lot of comments on this one. You may recall I characterized this last month as we thought we were trying to clarify something and we inadvertently created a situation where we wrote something one way and everyone read it a different way. So this is an instance where we very clearly hear the comments and have made substantial revisions to Rule 11 to clarify the difference between a presentation and a comment and the role of the parties and the role of the public. The outcome of all of that is that the October 2022 draft provides that oral and/or written comments to the council concerning an appeal may be provided in accordance with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act in terms of clarifying the role of the public in these matters as being that afforded to the public under the Brown Act and the Bagley-Keene meeting. I'm sorry, in this instance, the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. There are also additional clarifications proposed regarding the hearing schedule, the oral presentation rules, and the time allotted to each of the parties at the hearing. And these are detailed in Rule 11 and new Rule 11.1. Next slide, please. Timeline for submitting the record is our next issue, and this is one we sparked quite a lot of interest, actually. So the timeline for submitting the record in the December 2021 draft, we proposed to shorten the existing time period between the submittal of the appeal and the submittal of the record by the submittal of the appeal by the appellant and the submittal of the record by the certifying agency. We proposed in December to shorten that from 10 days to 5 days. We heard that 5 days was not enough. We heard that 5 days was too fast. We heard desire to retain the existing 10 days. We heard comments saying that the record should be submitted with the certification. So this was one where we kind of got comments pushing in all different directions. The October 2022 draft takes the approach of retaining that proposed shortened 5-day submittal period. And there's a few reasons for that. Key among them being shortening that time frame does afford the appellants additional time with access to the record. And we feel that's important because we are establishing the appellant's burden relative to the record. So out of sort of deference or fairness to the appellants who otherwise are making their appeals lacking the record, providing that additional amount of time with the record creates a fairer situation in that instance. So an additional proposed change to Rule 4 would also require the certifying agency to submit at the time they certify a document listing the materials that constitute the record that's before them at the time of certification. This is an approach that we're proposing to address the request that the record be submitted with the certification. There are a few sort of contextual things to outline around that. First and foremost, many projects certify, few are appealed. Those that are appealed are significant projects. And so we feel like this is a sort of kind of right down the middle of the road solution with regard to the certifying agency understands what's in the record. We're not asking the certifying agency to produce the record. We're asking for a listing of the materials that they believe comprise those that were before them at the time that they certified. That also then clarifies for all involved what constitutes the record of the certifying agency relied on when we enter the appeals process. So for a variety of reasons, this is a compromise solution that would illustrate the range of what's in the record without requiring the production of the record in every instance. For complex certifications, the record is going to be complex. For simpler certifications, the record will be more simple. The list seems to be an approach that would sort of mitigate that circumstance or those differences. Next slide, please. So that concludes our staff overview of the various different rules. I anticipate you'll receive a number of public comments today, potentially requesting further revisions. Our recommendation to the council today is that the council adopt the attached resolution 2022-07 that would approve and adopt proposed amendments to the 2010 Administrative Procedures Governing Appeals to take effect on November 1st of 2022, and would direct and authorize the executive officer or her delegee to complete non-substantive changes and make the finalized amended appeals procedures available on the council's website. And I would characterize that as inclusive of any changes. We, as part of the motion, we would also request inclusion of any changes that the council seeks for staff to complete as part of that adoption. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. We will now move to public comment, and I don't see Beck, but do we have Eric?
We do have public comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
The first would be Rebecca Harms.
Rebecca, can you hear us?
One moment, Chair. AGP, can you move her over? Can you hear us, Rebecca?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Rebecca.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. After hearing the presentation today, I actually do not have a public comment. But thank you for your time and the presentation and your work on these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Okay, the next one is Joe Byrne.
Joe, can you hear us? Joe?
Joe, can you hear us?
I believe the comment is stuck on me, Rebecca Harms, so.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, apologies. Thank you for sending me the unmute button. Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Joe Byrne, and I'm General Counsel of the State Water Contractors. And I'm testifying here or providing some comments on their behalf today. We really appreciate the work that the council has done on draft amendments and think that they've made some substantial improvements. We do, however, still have some concerns with proposed amendments. We detailed those in comment letters that we submitted to the council in March and October, and also in some public comments that we made in September. I'm going to highlight a few here, and I will say that we received a letter from the Department of Water Resources yesterday that very clearly articulates a number of our concerns and has some language that it proposes that we think is very, very helpful for some of those. I'll quickly start with the list, which was just talked about, that is going to be required up front, and that's in section 4B. We'd recommend deleting that. And again, the Delta Reform Act only requires that a certification of consistency include detailed findings to demonstrate consistency, not a list of the record. I believe it's kind of wasteful and unnecessary to require certifying agencies to prepare a record list up front for every single certification. Only a small handful may be appealed. I did hear the staff presentation and understand the splitting the baby comment. There are some suggested edits by DWR in their letter, which I think are very helpful, which is if the language were to remain, then there's an opportunity for best efforts to produce a list. Also, there's the requirement in 4C that has to do with certifying within 5 days that the record is complete and that certification is based upon the list. That creates a situation where if there's changes to the list that are between the time you've submitted it, then you ultimately have to certify something that is as full and complete because it's based on the list that may or may not be full and complete. So DWR also has some good suggested language in there that allows an opportunity to supplement that list or the record to make sure that you can add additional information from the time that you first submitted your list with your application. Lastly, I think one of the more important points, which is raised by San Luis Mendota as well as DWR and was raised today, there's no changes recommended to sections 10 and 29. In both those sections, which have to do with additional information, there's not an opportunity for the other parties to respond to requests to add additional information. We think that that would be very fair to do that. San Luis Mendota suggested some good language, and that's also very consistent with what would happen in a judicial process. If someone wants to augment the record, others have an opportunity to say why that's appropriate or not. So we think that's a simple fix. We also agree with what's in DWR's letter with regards to section 11.1 and section 29. And I see that my time is running out, so I wanted to thank you. We would really love an opportunity to work with council on a few more of these issues that we think should be addressed that can make this process even better. But thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe.
Next up, we have Dante Namalini. Dante, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, kind of freaking out. I thought I had 5 minutes. I had a finely tuned 5-minute speech, but I'll see what I could do. My name's Dan Namalini Jr. I'm an attorney for the Central Delta Water Agency, and I'm going to focus my comments on the proposed amendments handling of the Delta Protection Commission's role in consistency appeals. I must confess that I did not pay enough attention to these proposed regulations in the past. I should have, but I didn't. I expected these amendments to be of a more technical, non-controversial nature. Thus, I was genuinely startled when I saw what these amendments are doing to the Delta Protection Commission. These regulations essentially treat the Delta Protection Commission just like any other person in the context of consistency appeals. As we all know, however, the Delta Protection Commission is not just like any other person and cannot be treated as such. Instead, when the legislature created this very council, it went out of its way to create a brand new statute that specifically addresses the Delta Protection Commission's role in connection with projects that are before the council. That statute is Public Resources Code section 29773. I listened to portions of the September 22nd workshop, and I heard DWR's attorney say something to the effect that the Delta Protection Commission is not special and should be treated just like any other person in the context of the council's consistency appeals. With all due respect, that is absolutely 100% false. No other person or entity has a special statute that grants it broad authority to both comment on and make recommendations to the council on projects that are before the council. DWR does not have such a special statute. The Central Delta Water Agency does not have such a special statute. No one else has such a special statute. The crux of this matter is that whether DWR or anyone else likes it, the legislature has declared in Public Resource Code section 29773 that the Delta Protection Commission is indeed special and cannot be treated just like anyone else in the context of consistency appeals or in any other context before the council. In light of the Delta Protection Commission's special statutory authority, the council has a paramount obligation and duty to ensure that its appellate procedures and all other procedures it adopts at all times acknowledge, respect, and fully accommodate that special authority. I'm going to skip a bunch of stuff here and go to the conclusion. Sorry about that. Thus, we request and strongly urge that the council eliminate any and all restrictions in its appeal procedures on the Delta Protection Commission's ability to fully exercise its unique statutory authority that the legislature has purposely granted it. We further request and urge that the appeal procedures be redrafted to fully acknowledge that unique statutory authority and fully accommodate it. As it stands, the restrictions on that statutory authority are harmful to the Delta, harmful to the achievement of the co-equal goals, and directly contrary to the legislature's intent in Public Resource Code section 29773, which this council has a clear duty to respect and uphold. And thank you for these comments.
Thank you, Dan.
Next, we have Bruce Blodgett. I see a Bruce B. Making an assumption there.
Bruce, can you hear us?
Yes, am I on now?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Bruce Blodgett, the Delta Protection Commission. So a little startled and concerned. The rules that we were submitted here or that were circulated on the 13th of October are not what you're looking to adopt today. One change of shall to may is changing state law. And I'll read exactly what 29773 says, just referenced as one example. The council shall, that's where that language came from, state code, state legislation. And now the council is proposing to change that to may, changing the intent of the state legislature. That's inappropriate, to say the least. So shall take into consideration the recommendations of the commission, including the recommendations included in the economic sustainability plan. If the council in its discretion determines that a recommendation of the commission is feasible and consistent with the objectives of the Delta plan and the purposes of this division, the council shall adopt, there's that word shall again, the recommendation. I think it's been a real interesting discussion today, but again, startled in all of the comments and all of the attachments. Nowhere is 29773 listed for you as council members to review, to see. This isn't a difference of opinion between two agencies. This is an agency, in this case, the council, rewriting state law. We're concerned about that. 29773, if you want, I can read it. The rest of it, it's in our comment letter. But it says the commission may review and provide comments and recommendations to the Delta Stewardship Council on any significant project or proposed project within the scope of the Delta plan, including but not limited to actions by state and federal agencies that may affect the unique cultural, recreation, and agricultural values within the primary and secondary zones. And review and comment authority granted to the commission shall include, but is not limited to, the important cultural, recreation, and agricultural values of the Delta, recommendations for actions that may avoid, reduce, or mitigate impacts to those resources, those values of the Delta 3 is to review consistency of the project or proposed project within the resource management plan and the Delta plan. And 4, identification or recommendations of methods to address Delta community concerns regarding large-scale habitat plan development and implementation. So the next sentence, or point B here, is the council shall, which I've already read to you. This isn't limited to what an appellant brings up. This on any action is whether it's an appeal or a consistency finding, is what the state legislature did when they married us back in 2009. Supervisor Natoli's in the room there as a result of this legislation, placing our chair of the commission on your council to give you this input. So when we look at this and we look at the word shall now be taken out, and that we can only talk about what an appellate raises, that's not consistent with the state law that was written. So with that, have no further comments.
Thank you, Bruce.
Next up, we have Joseph, and forgive me, Byrne. Oh, you did. Oh, I'm sorry. Brian Bernhardt, who's here in person today.
Good afternoon again. I'm Brian Barnhart. I'm from DWR's Office of the General Counsel. DWR appreciates this opportunity to comment. DWR wants to thank the council and its staff for all the work that obviously went into these revised procedures. And DWR wants to reiterate its support for the council's conclusion as reflected in these procedures that Public Resources Code section 29773 does not provide any privileged status to the Delta Protection Commission. And in fact, Public Resources Code 29773 does not apply to these appeals at all. We are just here to talk about the procedures that govern appeals. And as the Delta Protection Commission pointed out in its comment letter yesterday, and as Mr. Blodgett just pointed out again today, that section only applies to projects. This council's determinations of appeals are not a project. That is why you don't have to go through CEQA when you issue your determination. And I think that's a really important point that has not really been addressed. If you adopt the commission's interpretation of this statute, CEQA now becomes part of that 120-day period in which you need to decide an appeal. DWR does have some remaining concerns about the revised procedures, and we've set those forth in our letter, and I'm not going to repeat them now. I do want to highlight one concern because it relates specifically to an issue that just came up in this most recent round of revisions, and that is the designation of the commission as an expert in proposed Rule 11.1. DWR opposes designating the commission as an expert for 3 reasons. First, it's not true. It can't be true. The Delta is a huge, complex place. It is not possible for any person or any group of people to qualify as an expert on all of the matters that may affect cultural, recreational, and agricultural values in some place as massive and complicated as the Delta. Secondly, because this proposed expert designation can't possibly be true, it's not consistent with the council's statutory duty to rely on best available science. And as this council explains in the Delta Plan itself, the Delta Reform Act requires the council to make use of best available science in implementing the Delta Plan. Finally, just as a lawyer, Rule 11.1's proposed expert designation looks to me like it violates California law. Expert is a legal term of art in this state. It's defined in Section 720 of the Evidence Code, And there isn't any evidence before the council today that would support an expert designation on such a vast and complicated area. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
And we have one raised hand, James Crowder.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, James.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is James Crowder. I'm an attorney for the local agencies of the North Delta. I wanted to comment today regarding the proposed amendments treatment of the Delta Protection Commission and the disregard for statutory role in reviewing projects that fall within the purview of the Delta Plan. First, I would like to echo the comments made by Mr. Nomalini and Mr. Blodgett. As you have now heard, Public Resources Code Section 29773 does provide DPC with the authority to review and provide comments and recommendations on any significant project or proposed project within the scope of the Delta Plan. However, the new language attempts to limit this broad authority, specifically in section 11.1, limits DPC's ability to provide written and oral comments and recommendations to only those issues raised by an appellant. Thus, the amendments take away the DPC's ability to comment on anything else. Additionally, as of today, staff now requests to change that language in 11.1 from shall to may. However, this also appears to conflict with DPC's authority provided in Public Resources Code 29773, which states the council shall take into consideration the recommendations of the DPC, and if the DSC determines those recommendations are feasible and consistent with the Delta Plan, the DSC must adopt those recommendations. Therefore, we ask that the DSC reconsider the language provided in section 11.1 and these new amendments and its limitations on the DPC's authority as part of making their consistency appeals, and allow DPC to make comments and recommendations on any item it deems necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
That concludes our public comment.
Okay, thank you, Beck.
I'm sure.
Yes, Councilmember Natoli.
Yeah, I wanted to, again, and appreciate the public testimony, and I guess I would maybe turn to Jorge or to Jeff to, again, the governing authority that's cited in 11.1, it's in our, the information has been circulated, is the water code section. There's been much discussion about the public resources section, and I want to also thank Jorge and our staff. I know they met with commission staff and commission council, and since our last meeting, as I had noted in some of my comments when we heard this in September. So I appreciate that. Obviously, there are some differences. We've heard those expressed by others on the call and certainly in writing here. So I guess if you could just take a moment, either one or both of you, and as it relates to the appeals procedure, what's being proposed and why one section, because I've heard other code sections and other parts of state law, even, with some testimony here, references to why the DPC should be able to do this or that, or who we are, or what our role is. And so I guess Jorge, from examination of this particular succinct issue, though, as to why the water code governs versus state public resource code, or how those, at least in your advises council, how those juxtapose one another in what staff and you are bringing forward to us. Yeah.
Mike.
I'd be happy to respond. And thank you for the question. I think it's important to remember the context of this rule. This rule is only applies in the context where somebody else has appealed, not the Delta Protection Commission. So some party, some person, it could be just an individual, could be a single person living somewhere in the Delta files an appeal. What happens then? And what is the role of the Delta Protection Commission in that context? I want to address the concerns that have been raised and your specific question, Councilmember Natoli. From our perspective, the Delta Protection Commission has a unique and important role in representing the interests of the Delta communities. Out of respect for both the commission and the spirit of the Delta Reform Act, The proposed appeals procedures include a rule that invites the commission to address an appeal of a covered action. Under the rule, the commission may participate in the appeals process by providing a written submission, commenting on issues raised by that appellant. They may also make an oral presentation at the hearing on the appeal. The council can consider the commission's comments in preparing its findings on appeals. It is important to note that this rule applies in the context of a comment with respect to another party's appeal. Nothing in this rule prevents the commission from filing its own appeal and raising its own concerns and raising something separate from the argument somebody else has provided. Also, nothing in this rule changes or restricts the commission from submitting comments or recommendations to the council anytime outside the appeals process with respect to any project. Allowing the Delta Protection Commission to raise new matters not encompassed by an appeal could be unfair to the parties and could violate due process. It would also be contrary to the statute. The Delta Reform Act provides strict parameters with respect to the timing and scope of an appeal. There is no provision in either the Public Resources Code or the Delta Reform Act that allows the council to hear matters beyond an appeal in making its decision with respect to a covered action on appeal. So we're not just talking generally about a project and what's good for the project or not. We're talking about an appeal filed by a specific party, and that's the topic and the subject matter and what ultimately is going to be considered by the council. It would be fundamentally unfair to the parties if a non-party could use their pending appeal to raise different issues that were not even in dispute. The proposed rule is consistent with the council's past practice in encouraging the commission to provide comments and testimony regarding an appeal. The rule recognizes that the commission has agency expertise with respect to the unique cultural, recreational, and agricultural values of the Delta communities, while still affording the parties due process in the hearing of an appeal. To specifically respond to the Public Resources Code argument, the response is that the Public Resources Code doesn't fit within the appeal. The rule that we are proposing is created subject to the discretion and authority and rulemaking authority that's specifically granted to the Delta Stewardship Council, not because it is required to under the Public Resources Code, because the Public Resources Code, nowhere in there does it say specifically that the Delta Protection Commission can come in and comment on an appeal, because that's ultimately what we're talking about here. Again, the committee can still present comments outside of that context, but also can file an appeal.
Well, thank you for that. So just back to the Public Resource Code, though, so there's nothing specifically is by virtue of some of the things we've heard comments here, and obviously you've examined the issue very closely. Could one imply that? I mean, obviously councils differ. I know counsel for the commission sees it differently than obviously you're our counselor here on the Stewardship Council. Because, you know, even just the wordsmithing here about where shall appears in the statutes versus what's being suggested here, and what I asked about earlier about the may, or maybe it's a better way to ask the question is in your assessment, is that a fair implication to draw that from the Resources Code, that when it says any and it says, you know, project, obviously what comes to us is our appeals typically on projects or proposals to do something, whatever that is, something is. Again, I'm not asking you to argue for the other side, but you obviously you weighed that in your consideration. So Horace, that's a fair question. So
we have weighed it, and moreover, you know, there's very well-grooved rules of statutory construction that guide attorneys and ultimately judges in how to interpret a statute. And it starts with the plain language of the statute. And there's a general rule that the specific rule will always prevail over the general rule. There's a statute that creates the appeals procedures, and they're very clear. It tells the council, what can you hear? What's the subject matter of what you can hear? How much time is involved? They have 30 days to file an appeal. What you're hearing is an appeal. I think it would be unlawful, and frankly, I think it would violate the statute to entertain things that are not part of the appeal and start deciding matters that were not raised by the appellant. I think that would create significant legal problems for the council.
So just one follow on, and so where it says in the public resources code on any significant project, that may apply in that context, but in the context of the creation of administrative rules and appeals procedures, again, I'm not familiar with all those code sections by any means. Then you're saying that this would not govern that. It would be the procedures that you're drawing from that allow this body and other, I guess, state created bodies to create those appeals procedures according to law. Is that?
I guess that there's a distinction between commenting on a project and commenting on another party's appeal. So here we're talking about you're in the appeal process that's been initiated by a party. And this rule relates to commenting on that appeal. Again, it doesn't prevent the DPC about commenting on projects. There's many different places and times, including in the role of an appellant. But it would be difficult to I think it would be difficult legally to create a role that's not an appellant role in the appeals procedure, because I think that could be problematic for the council.
Okay. And if I just one other question, Madam Chair, to Jeff, as a matter of practice, and because you were saying, in your presentation, certainly a good summation that in the creation of what's before us or proposals before us, that you were drawing upon what had actually occurred in appeals procedures over the last dozen years as the council has taken into consideration several of those. And so maybe just a little further clarification as it relates to, again, the commission's role in those proceedings at different times, if that was in fact the way the practice was in the past. So
yeah, and I guess I'll respond by just reiterating what that practice has been, which is we enter into an appeals process, we conduct the hearing, the commission is afforded a presentation in the hearing, just as the appellants are, just as the certifying agency is. The council hears that presentation, the staff takes that presentation in. In the analysis that we provide to the council, when it concerns matters of Delta's place, which commonly arise in our consideration of policy DPP2 considerations, but it's not exclusive to that. Commonly, when we're preparing our analysis on DPP2 issues, the way we lay that analysis out, we begin by stating, what are the facts that were expressed in the certification? What are the claims that are raised by the appellants? What does the record say? What have the comments of the Delta Protection Commission been? And we, yes, we have introduced this term expert into this. I think Jorge's description of this as agency expert may actually do a much better job of that. That's how we look at it, in the sense of when we're looking at Delta's place issues, and this is direction I provide our staff when they're looking at this, is what does the Delta Protection Commission have to say about this issue, particularly in cases where the commission or commission staff have the ability to point our attention to a certain aspect of the record or illuminate a component of an argument that has been offered to us. What we can't do is be steered toward a topic or an appeal angle, if you will, raised by the commission that wasn't introduced by an appellant. That is the circumstance that we're really, frankly, trying to avoid, is expanding the scope of, inadvertently expanding the scope of an appeal based on a comment offered. That's I think the best I can kind of articulate.
And I hope that helps with the explanation. So that's all the questions I have for right now.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Damrell.
Yeah. I would yield, frankly, to our general counsel, who's already laid out a pretty powerful case that supports the notion that expertise must be defined by the council. That is our obligation. And we, under no circumstances, should allow that designation to leave the authority of the council. That's the council's decision. And whether or not we decide to recognize a person, for example, the commission as an expert, that's entirely within our jurisdiction, and it's not something that we can hand out to anyone else. I think it's a fairly simple case that requires, I mean, obviously we want to think about it, but it just strikes me that this is not a case where we decide that, well, we'll leave it to some other decision down the road. It's not the case. This is our decision today. And our decision today should be that we will not yield that authority to anyone, in particular, whether it's the Protection Commission or anyone else. This is the authority that we have, and we should not yield.
Thank you, Councilmember Damrell. Councilmember Lee, I'm looking at you just in case you might want to weigh in. Okay, thank you. Well, here we are. First and foremost, thank you, Jeff, Eva, for and to all the team members that worked on this for your due diligence. I also want to thank all of our public commenters. Again, this is part of the process, right? To look and to weigh in and to hear. And I, like Judge Damrell, paid very, very close attention to what our legal counsel said. But I also want to acknowledge, and again, when I take a look at, letters from the Delta Protection Commission and from others, it's not to say that we don't pay attention. I clearly paid attention to what was being cited in Public Resources Code 29773, and to hear again the interpretations, if you will. When we went through the Lookout SCLU project, and again, I being new to the council, I did obviously understand that there was a very unique role that the Delta Protection Commission played. And so I think that was one of my first questions is, so how do they configure, if you will, into this entire process? And there's no question for me, when you take a look at the lineup of people that make up the Delta Protection Commission, there is real expertise there. I mentioned earlier that I met with Tom Slater, third-generation farmer out in the Delta, out in Clarksburg, actually. There's expertise, but there's expertise with their respective operations and what they've done. But again, it's not to supplement, if you will, what's at stake here and what we are voting on today. And so I don't want to diminish that, because there is true expertise there with members of the Delta Protection Commission. And they are, in my opinion, not only expertise in their areas and their respective communities, but they're also the true advocates and champions for the Delta, because that's where they live, that's where they work, that's where they recreate, that's where they make their living. So I don't want to diminish any of that. But it was really important for me to hear from Jorge and how you so eloquently shared, if you will, what is contained in the law and in the statute in which we are voting on today. And to Councilmember Judge Damrell, thank you, because you succinctly put it where I needed to hear. So I'll get off my rant, and we will put it out for a motion and a vote. And I'm going to ask this council, if you so choose, to move with this approval of resolution 2027-07. And if there's any changes that you would like to propose or adopt as presented.
Also move, Chair, that we adopt the appeals procedures as presented with no changes.
Okay, before I take a second,
Go ahead, you have a motion, go ahead and
Yeah, okay.
call for your second, then I'll comment.
Okay, so it's been moved by Councilmember Zingali. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Damrell. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Wanted to comment, there is now a motion before the council, and certainly I appreciate comments from colleague and certainly from Judge Damrell as it relates to the authorities of this council. That's very clear to me, and certainly all of us take that very seriously. I will want to also say though, and I think goes back to question earlier on in the text, and again, it may be only a word, but I think it's important, and that is the movement from shall to may as related to 11.1. And I would just say, as I've certainly on behalf of certainly the commission, but in my role here, in looking at how this is configured, and I appreciate the level of thought that's gone into this from a staff perspective, but I want to just express I have a lingering concern that this may tend to be an erosion of some of the role that the DPC certainly has asserted here through its executive director and so forth. But it may only be that people's concerns don't reflect maybe in practice. On the other hand, that word in of itself is of concern to me. So I will just say that I don't intend to support the motion as constructed, not because the body of this isn't well thought out, and certainly I appreciate Jorge's explanation on behalf of the council.
Appreciate that, Councilmember Natoli. We now have a vote. A motion first seconded by Damrell, first by Zingali, and we'll take a roll call, and I'll ask.
Madam Chair, may I seek a clarification ahead of the vote?
Absolutely, yes.
Just, I understood Councilmember Zingali's motion to have the effect that this language would remain shall. I just wanted to clarify if that was the intent of the motion.
Thanks for asking.
Presented.
Yes.
Thanks for asking, Jeff. Yes, that was my intent.
Thank you.
Judge Damrell was very persuasive.
So it's going to be shall or may?
May, as presented was may. He said he wanted to move it as presented. Is that true, Daniel? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to clarify.
I'm sorry. Yes, may. Yes.
Okay. Beck, will you lead us in a
Yes,
roll
Madam
call
Chair.
vote, please?
Absolutely. Councilmember Damrell,
Aye.
Councilmember Lee,
Aye.
Councilmember Natoli,
No.
Councilmember Zingali,
Aye.
Chairman Dueña.
Aye. The motion and the matter is approved with a 4-1 vote. Not very good in math, am I?
You got it.
Again, thank you to our staff, Jeff, Eva, thank you to all our team members. Again, to all our commenters, again, we really appreciate your thoughts, your comments, and your dedication in moving this forward. Okay, I'd like to remind everybody that we will have our next council meeting on November 17th, 18th. In order to avoid the holiday, we will be moving our meeting up by 1 week, and we will be meeting here at the CNRA headquarters. And our notice will be posted 10 days before the meeting. And this, with that,
I'm sure. Question. So,
Yes.
and we do anticipate having a December meeting as well? Okay,
Yes.
that's all. Thank you.
Yes.
Statute's clear on that one. Every month.
No vagueness there. All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. And this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. See you soon.